Numbers Chapter 1. And Jehovah proceeded to speak to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tent of meeting, on the first day of the 2nd month in the 2nd year of their coming out of the land of Egypt. And he said, Take the sum of the whole assembly of the sons of Israel according to their families, according to the house of their fathers, by the number of names, all the males, head by head of them, from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army in Israel. You should register them according to their armies, you and Aaron. And some men should be with you, one man to a tribe, each is a head to the house of his fathers. And these are the names of the men who will stand with you. Of Reuben, Elizur, the son of Shedeur. Of Simeon, Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. Of Judah, Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. Of Issachar, Nathanael, the son of Zuar. Of Zebulun, Eliab, the son of Helon. Of the sons of Joseph, of Ephraim, Elishama, the son of Ammihud. Of Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Pedahzur. Of Benjamin, Abidan, the son of Gideoni. Of Dan, Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. Of Asher, Pagiel, the son of Ochran. Of Gad, Eliasaph, the son of Duel. Of Naphtali, Ahira, the son of Enan. These are the ones called of the assembly, the chieftains of the tribes of their fathers. They are the heads of the thousands of Israel. So Moses and Aaron took these men who had been designated by names, and they congregated all the assembly on the first day of the 2nd month, that they might have their descent acknowledged as regards their families in the house of their fathers, by the number of the names, from 20 years old upward, head by head of them, just as Jehovah had commanded Moses. And he proceeded to register them in the wilderness of Sinai. And the sons of Reuben, Israel's firstborn, their births according to their families in the house of their fathers, came to be by the number of names, head by head of them, all the males from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Reuben, 46,500. Of the sons of Simeon, their births according to their families in the house of their fathers, those registered ones of his by the number of names, head by head of them, all the males from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Simeon were 59,300. Of the sons of Gad, their births according to their families in the house of their fathers by the number of names from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Gad were 45,650. Of the sons of Judah, their births according to their families in the house of their fathers, by the number of names from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Judah were 74,600. Of the sons of Issachar, their births according to their families in the house of their fathers, by the number of names, from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Issachar were 54,400. Of the sons of Zebulun, their births according to their families, in the house of their fathers, by the number of names from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Zebulun were 57,400. Of the sons of Joseph, of the sons of Ephraim, their births according to their families, in the house of their fathers, by the number of names from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Ephraim were 40,500. Of the sons of Manasseh, their births according to their families in the house of their fathers, by the number of names from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Manasseh were 32,200. Of the sons of Benjamin, their births according to their families in the house of their fathers, by the number of names from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Benjamin were 35,400. Of the sons of Dan, their births according to their families in the house of their fathers, by the number of names from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Dan were 62,700. Of the sons of Asher, their births according to their families in the house of their fathers, by the number of names from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Asher were 41,500. Of the sons of Naphtali, their births according to their families in the house of their fathers, by the number of names from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army, those registered of them of the tribe of Naphtali were 53,400. These are the ones registered, whom Moses registered, together with Aaron and the chieftains of Israel, 12 men. They represented one each the house of his fathers. And all those registered of the sons of Israel, according to the house of their fathers, from 20 years old upward, every one going out to the army in Israel came to be, yes, all those registered came to be 603,550. However, the Levites, according to the tribe of their fathers, did not get registered in among them. Accordingly, Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, Only the tribe of Levi you must not register, and the sum of them you must not take in among the sons of Israel. And you yourself appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of the testimony, and over all its utensils, and over everything that belongs to it. They themselves will carry the tabernacle and all its utensils, and they themselves will minister at it, and around the tabernacle they are to camp. And whenever the tabernacle is setting out, the Levites should take it down, and when the tabernacle encamps, the Levites should set it up, and any stranger coming near should be put to death. And the sons of Israel must encamp each with reference to his camp, and each man by his 3-tribe division by their armies. And the Levites should encamp around the tabernacle of the testimony, that no indignation may arise against the assembly of the sons of Israel. And the Levites must keep the service due to the tabernacle of the testimony. And the sons of Israel proceeded to do according to all that Jehovah had commanded Moses. They did just so. Chapter 2. Jehovah now spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, The sons of Israel should encamp, each man by his 3-tribe division, by the signs for the house of their fathers. round about in front of the tent of meeting they should encamp. And those camping eastward toward the sunrising will be the three-tribe division of the camp of Judah in their armies. And the chieftain for the sons of Judah is Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. And his army, and the ones registered of them, are 74,600. And those camping alongside him will be the tribe of Issachar. And the chieftain for the sons of Issachar is Nathanael, the son of Zuar. And his army and his registered ones are 54,400. And the tribe of Zebulun, and the chieftain for the sons of Zebulun is Eliab, the son of Helon. And his army and his registered ones are 57,400. All the registered ones of the camp of Judah are 186,400 in their armies. They should set out first. The three-tribe division of the camp of Reuben will be toward the south in their armies, and the chieftain for the sons of Reuben is Elizur, the son of Shedehur, and his army and his registered ones are 46,500. And those camping alongside him will be the tribe of Simeon, and the chieftain for the sons of Simeon is Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. And his army and the ones registered of them are 59,300. And the tribe of Gad, and the chieftain for the sons of Gad is Eliasaph, the son of Ruel. And his army and the ones registered of them are 45,650. All the registered ones of the camp of Reuben are 151,450 in their armies, and they should set out second. When the tent of meeting must set out, the camp of the Levites will be in the middle of the camps. Just as they should encamp, so they should set out, each one at his place according to their three-tribe divisions. The three-tribe division of the camp of Ephraim in their armies will be toward the west, and the chieftain for the sons of Ephraim is Elishama, the son of Ammihud. And his army and the ones registered of them are 40,500. And alongside him will be the tribe of Manasseh, and the chieftain for the sons of Manasseh is Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. And his army and the ones registered of them are 32,200. And the tribe of Benjamin, and the chieftain for the sons of Benjamin is Abidan, the son of Gideoni. And his army and the ones registered of them are 35,400. All the registered ones of the camp of Ephraim are 108,100 in their armies, and they should set out third. The three-tribe division of the camp of Dan will be toward the north in their armies, and the chieftain for the sons of Dan is Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. And his army and the ones registered of them are 62,700. And the ones camping alongside him will be the tribe of Asher, and the chieftain for the sons of Asher is Pagiel, the son of Ochran. And his army and the ones registered of them are 41,500. And the tribe of Naphtali, and the chieftain for the sons of Naphtali is Ahira, the son of Enan. And his army and the ones registered of them are 53,400. All the registered ones of the camp of Dan are 157,600. They should set out last, according to their three-tribe divisions. These were the registered ones of the sons of Israel according to the house of their fathers. All the registered ones of the camps in their armies were 603,550. But the Levites did not get registered in among the sons of Israel, just as Jehovah had commanded Moses. And the sons of Israel proceeded to do according to all that Jehovah had commanded Moses. That is the way they encamped in their 3 tribe divisions, and that is the way they set out, each one in his families with regard to the house of his fathers. Chapter 3. Now these were the generations of Aaron and Moses in the day that Jehovah spoke with Moses in Mount Sinai. And these were the names of Aaron's sons, the firstborn Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. These were the names of Aaron's sons, the anointed priests, whose hands had been filled with power to act as priests. However, Nadab and Abihu died before Jehovah when they offered illegitimate fire before Jehovah in the wilderness of Sinai, and they did not come to have any sons. But Eleazar and Ithamar continued to act as priests, along with Aaron their father. And Jehovah proceeded to speak to Moses, saying, "Bring the tribe of Levi near, and you must stand them before Aaron the priest, and they must minister to him. And they must keep their obligation to him, and their obligation to all the assembly before the tent of meeting in discharging the service of the tabernacle. And they must take care of all the utensils of the tent of meeting, even the obligation of the sons of Israel in discharging the service of the tabernacle. And you must give the Levites to Aaron and his sons. They are given ones, given to him from the sons of Israel. And you should appoint Aaron and his sons, and they must take care of their priesthood, and any stranger coming near should be put to death." And Jehovah continued to speak to Moses, saying, "As for me, look, I do take the Levites from among the sons of Israel, in place of all the firstborn, opening the womb of the sons of Israel, and the Levites must become mine. For every firstborn is mine. In the day that I struck every firstborn in the land of Egypt, I sanctified to myself every firstborn in Israel, from man to beast. They should become mine. I am Jehovah." And Jehovah spoke further to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, "Register the sons of Levi according to the house of their fathers by their families. Every male from a month old upward you should register." And Moses began to register them at the order of Jehovah, just as he had been commanded. And these came to be the sons of Levi by their names, Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. Now these were the names of the sons of Gershon by their families, Libni and Shimei. And the sons of Kohath by their families were Amram and Izhar, Hebron and Uzziel. And the sons of Merari by their families were Mahli and Mushi. These were the families of the Levites according to the house of their fathers. Of Gershon there were the family of the Libnites and the family of the Shimeites. These were the families of the Gershonites. Their registered ones were by number of all males from a month old upward. Their registered ones were 7,500. The families of the Gershonites were behind the tabernacle. They were encamped to the west. And the chieftain of the paternal house for the Gershonites was Eliasaph, the son of Lael. And the obligation of the sons of Gershon in the tent of meeting was the tabernacle and the tent, its covering, and the screen of the entrance of the tent of meeting, and the hangings of the courtyard, and the screen of the entrance of the courtyard that is round about the tabernacle and the altar, and its tent cords, for all its service. And of Kohath there were the family of the Amramites, and the family of the Izharites, and the family of the Hebronites, and the family of the Uzzielites. These were the families of the Kohathites. Among the number of all the males from a month old upward, there were 8,600, taking care of the obligation to the holy place. The families of the sons of Kohath were encamped on the side of the tabernacle to the south. And the chieftain of the paternal house for the families of the Kohathites was Elizaphan, the son of Uzziel. And their obligation was the ark, and the table, and the lampstand, and the altars, and the utensils of the holy place with which they would minister, and the screen, and all its service. And the chieftain of the chieftains of the Levites was Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, who had the oversight of those taking care of the obligation to the holy place. Of Merari there were the family of the Mahlites, and the family of the Mushites. These were the families of Merari. And their registered ones by the number of all the males from a month old upward were 6,200. And the chieftain of the paternal house for the families of Merari was Zuriel, the son of Abihail. They were encamped on the side of the tabernacle toward the north. And the oversight for which the sons of Merari were obligated was over the panel frames of the tabernacle, and its bars, and its pillars, and its socket pedestals, and all its utensils, and all its service, and the pillars of the courtyard round about, and their socket pedestals, and their tent pins, and their tent cords. And those camping before the tabernacle toward the east, before the tent of meeting toward the sunrising, were Moses and Aaron and his sons, those taking care of the obligation to the sanctuary, as the obligation for the sons of Israel. And any stranger coming near would be put to death. All the registered ones of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron registered at the order of Jehovah by their families, all the males from a month old upward, were 22,000. Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Register all the firstborn males of the sons of Israel from a month old upward, and take the number of their names. And you must take the Levites for me. I am Jehovah, in place of all the firstborn among the sons of Israel, and the domestic animals of the Levites in place of all the firstborn among the domestic animals of the sons of Israel." And Moses proceeded, just as Jehovah had commanded him, to register all the firstborn among the sons of Israel. And all the firstborn males by the number of the names, from a month old upward of their registered ones, came to be 22,273. And Jehovah continued to speak to Moses, saying, "Take the Levites in place of all the firstborn among the sons of Israel, and the domestic animals of the Levites in place of their domestic animals. And the Levites must become mine. I am Jehovah. And as the ransom price of the 273 from the firstborn of the sons of Israel, who are in excess of the Levites, you must take 5 shekels for each individual. In the shekel of the holy place you should take it. A shekel is 20 gerahs. And you must give the money to Aaron and his sons as the ransom price of those who are in excess of them." So Moses took the money of the redemption price from those who were in excess of the ransom price of the Levites. From the firstborn of the sons of Israel he took the money, 1,365 shekels in the shekel of the holy place. Then Moses gave the money of the ransom price to Aaron and his sons according to the order of Jehovah, just as Jehovah had commanded Moses. Chapter 4. Jehovah now spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, There will be a taking of the sum of the sons of Kohath from among the sons of Levi, according to their families in the house of their fathers, from 30 years old upward to 50 years old, all those going into the service group to do the work in the tent of meeting. This is the service of the sons of Kohath in the tent of meeting. It is something most holy. And Aaron and his sons must come in when the camp is departing, and they must take down the screening curtain, and must cover the ark of the testimony with it. And they must put a covering of seal skins over it, and spread out an entire cloth of blue on top, and put in its poles. And they will spread out a cloth of blue over the table of showbread, and they must put upon it the dishes and the cups and the bowls and the pitchers of the drink offering, and the constant bread should continue on it. And they must spread out a cloth of caucus scarlet over them, and they must cover it with a covering of seal skins, and put in its poles. And they must take a cloth of blue, and cover the lampstand of the luminary, and its lamps, and its snuffers, and its fire holders, and all its vessels for oil with which they regularly minister to it. And they must put it, and all its utensils, into a covering of seal skins, and put it upon a bar. And over the golden altar they will spread out a cloth of blue, and they must cover it with a covering of seal skins, and put in its poles. And they must take all the utensils of the ministry with which they regularly minister in the holy place, and they must put them in a cloth of blue, and cover them with a covering of seal skins, and put them upon a bar. And they must clear away the fatty ashes of the altar, and spread out a cloth of wool dyed reddish purple over it. And they must put upon it all its utensils with which they regularly minister at it, the fire holders, the forks and the shovels and the bowls, all the utensils of the altar. And they must spread out over it a covering of seal skins, and put in its poles. And Aaron and his sons must finish covering the holy place and all the utensils of the holy place when the camp is departing. And after that the sons of Kohath will come in to carry them, but they must not touch the holy place, so that they have to die. These things are the load of the sons of Kohath in the tent of meeting. And the oversight of Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest is over the oil of the luminary, and the perfumed incense, and the constant grain offering, and the anointing oil, the oversight of all the tabernacle and all that is in it, namely, the holy place and its utensils. And Jehovah spoke further to Moses and Aaron, saying, Do not let the tribe of the families of the Kohathites be cut off from among the Levites, but do this for them, that they may indeed keep alive, and may not die for their approaching the most holy things. Aaron and his sons will come in, and they must assign them each one to his service and to his load. And they must not come in to see the holy things for the least moment of time, and so they have to die. Then Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, There will be a taking of the sum of the sons of Gershon, yes, them by the house of their fathers according to their families. From 30 years old upward to 50 years, you will register them, all who come to enter into the service group to render service in the tent of meeting. This is the service of the families of the Gershonites, as to serving and as to carrying. And they must carry the tent cloths of the tabernacle and the tent of meeting, its covering, and the sealskin covering that is on top over it, and the screen of the entrance of the tent of meeting, and the hangings of the courtyard, and the entrance screen of the gate of the courtyard that is round about the tabernacle and the altar, and their tent cords, and all their service utensils, and all things with which work is regularly done. Thus they must serve. At the order of Aaron and his sons, all the service of the sons of the Gershonites should take place as regards all their loads and all their service, and you must assign all their loads to them by obligation. This is the service of the families of the sons of the Gershonites in the tent of meeting, and their obligatory service is under the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. As for the sons of Merari, you will register them by their families in the house of their fathers. From 30 years old upward to 50 years, you will register them, all who enter into the service group to render the service of the tent of meeting. And this is their obligation, their load according to all their service in the tent of meeting: the panel frames of the tabernacle, and its bars, and its pillars, and its socket pedestals, and the pillars of the courtyard round about, and their socket pedestals, and their tent pins, and their tent cords, together with all their equipment, and all their service. And by their names you will assign the equipment for which they are obligated, as their load. This is the service of the families of the sons of Merari, according to all their service in the tent of meeting, under the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. And Moses and Aaron and the chieftains of the assembly proceeded to register the sons of the Kohathites by their families and by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old upward to 50 years, all who entered into the service group for the service in the tent of meeting. And the ones registered of them by their families came to be 2,750. These are the registered ones of the families of the Kohathites, all those serving in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron registered at the order of Jehovah by means of Moses. As for the registered ones of the sons of Gershon by their families and by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old upward to 50 years, all who entered into the service group for the service in the tent of meeting, the ones registered of them by their families, by the house of their fathers, came to be 2,630. These were the registered ones of the families of the sons of Gershon, all those serving in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron registered at the order of Jehovah. As for the registered ones of the families of the sons of Merari, by their families, by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old upward to 50 years old, all those entering into the service group for the service in the tent of meeting, the ones registered of them by their families came to be 3,200. These were the registered ones of the families of the sons of Merari, whom Moses and Aaron registered at the order of Jehovah by means of Moses. All the registered ones whom Moses and Aaron and the chieftains of Israel registered as Levites by their families and by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old upward to 50 years old, all those coming to render the laborious service and the service of carrying loads in the tent of meeting, their registered ones came to be 8,580. At the order of Jehovah they were registered by means of Moses, each one according to his service and his load, and they were registered just as Jehovah had commanded Moses. Chapter 5. And Jehovah spoke further to Moses, saying, Command the sons of Israel that they send out of the camp every leprous person, and every one having a running discharge, and every one unclean by a deceased soul. Whether a male or a female, you should send them out. You should send them outside the camp, that they may not contaminate the camps of those in the midst of whom I am tabernacling. And the sons of Israel proceeded to do so, even to send them outside the camp. Just as Jehovah had spoken to Moses, so the sons of Israel did. And Jehovah continued speaking to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, As for a man or a woman, in case they do any of all the sins of mankind, in committing an act of unfaithfulness against Jehovah, that soul has also become guilty. And they must confess their sin that they have done, and he must return the amount of his guilt in its principal, also adding a fifth of it to it, and he must give it to the one against whom he did wrong. But if the latter has no near relative to whom to return the amount of the guilt, the amount of the guilt that is being returned to Jehovah belongs to the priest, except the ram of atonement with which he will make atonement for him. And every contribution of all the holy things of the sons of Israel, which they will present to the priest, should become his. And the holy things of each one will remain his own. Whatever each one may give to the priest, that will become his. And Jehovah went on to speak to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, and you must say to them, In case any man's wife turns aside in that she does commit an act of unfaithfulness against him, and another man actually lies down with her, and has an emission of semen, and it has been hidden from the eyes of her husband, and has remained undiscovered, and she, on her part, has defiled herself, but there is no witness against her, and she herself has not been caught, and the spirit of jealousy has passed upon him, and he has become suspicious of his wife's faithfulness, and she in fact has defiled herself, or the spirit of jealousy has passed upon him, and he has become suspicious of his wife's faithfulness, but she in fact has not defiled herself, then the man must bring his wife to the priest, and bring her offering along with her, 1/10 of an ephah of barley flour. He must not pour oil upon it, nor put frankincense upon it, because it is a grain offering of jealousy, a memorial grain offering bringing error to remembrance. And the priest must bring her forward and make her stand before Jehovah. And the priest must take holy water in an earthenware vessel, and the priest will take some of the dust that happens to be on the floor of the tabernacle, and he must put it in the water. And the priest must make the woman stand before Jehovah, and loosen the hair of the woman's head, and put upon her palms the memorial grain offering, that is, the grain offering of jealousy, and in the hand of the priest there should be the bitter water that brings a curse. And the priest must make her swear, and he must say to the woman, If no man has lain down with you, and if while under your husband you have not turned aside in any uncleanness, be free of the effect of this bitter water that brings a curse. But you, in case you have turned aside while under your husband, and in case you have defiled yourself, and some man has put in you his seminal emission, besides your husband, the priest must now make the woman swear with an oath involving cursing, and the priest must say to the woman, May Jehovah set you for a cursing and an oath in the midst of your people by Jehovah's letting your thigh fall away and your belly swell. And this water that brings a curse must enter into your intestines to cause your belly to swell and the thigh to fall away. To this the woman must say, Amen, Amen. And the priest must write these cursings in the book, and must wipe them out into the bitter water. And he must make the woman drink the bitter water that brings a curse, and the water that brings a curse must enter into her as something bitter. And the priest must take the grain offering of jealousy from the woman's hand, and wave the grain offering to and fro before Jehovah, and he must bring it near the altar. And the priest must grasp some of the grain offering as a remembrancer of it, and must make it smoke upon the altar, and afterward he will make the woman drink the water. When he has made her drink the water, It must also occur that if she has defiled herself, in that she committed an act of unfaithfulness toward her husband, the water that brings a curse must then enter into her as something bitter, and her belly must swell, and her thigh must fall away, and the woman must become a cursing in among her people. However, if the woman has not defiled herself, but she is clean, she must then be free from such punishment, and she must be made pregnant with semen. This is the law about jealousy, where a woman may turn aside while under her husband, and she does defile herself, or in the case of a man where the spirit of jealousy may pass upon him, and he does suspect his wife of unfaithfulness, and he must make the wife stand before Jehovah, and the priest must carry out toward her all this law. And the man must be innocent of error, but that wife will answer for her error. Chapter 6. And Jehovah spoke further to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, and you must say to them, In case a man or a woman takes a special vow to live as a Nazirite to Jehovah, he should keep away from wine and intoxicating liquor. He should not drink the vinegar of wine or the vinegar of intoxicating liquor, nor drink any liquid made from grapes, nor eat grapes, either fresh or dried. All the days of his Naziriteship he should not eat anything at all that is made from the wine vine, from the unripe grapes to the skins. All the days of the vow of his Naziriteship no razor should pass over his head, until the days that he should be separated to Jehovah come to the full. He should prove holy by letting the locks of the hair of his head grow. All the days of his keeping separate to Jehovah he may not come toward any dead soul, not even for his father or his mother or his brother or his sister may he defile himself when they die, because the sign of his Naziriteship to his God is upon his head. All the days of his Naziriteship he is holy to Jehovah. But in case anyone dying should die quite suddenly alongside him, so that he has defiled the head of his Naziriteship, he must then shave his head in the day of establishing his purification. On the 7th day he should shave it. And on the 8th day he should bring 2 turtle doves or 2 male pigeons to the priest to the entrance of the tent of meeting. And the priest must handle one as a sin offering, and the other as a burnt offering, and make atonement for him, since he has sinned because of the dead soul. Then he must sanctify his head on that day. And he must live as a Nazirite to Jehovah for the days of his Naziriteship, and he must bring a young ram in its first year as a guilt offering, and the former days will go uncounted because he defiled his Naziriteship. Now this is the law about the Nazirite. On the day that the days of his Naziriteship come to the full, he will be brought to the entrance of the tent of meeting. And he must present as his offering to Jehovah 1 sound young ram in its first year as a burnt offering, and 1 sound female lamb in its first year as a sin offering, and 1 sound ram as a communion sacrifice, and a basket of unfermented ring-shaped cakes of fine flour, moistened with oil, and unfermented wafers smeared with oil, and their grain offering, and their drink offerings. And the priest must present them before Jehovah, and render up his sin offering and his burnt offering. And he will render up the ram as a communion sacrifice to Jehovah, along with the basket of unfermented cakes. And the priest must render up its grain offering and its drink offering. And the Nazirite must shave the head of his Naziriteship at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and he must take the hair of the head of his Naziriteship and put it upon the fire that is under the communion sacrifice. And the priest must take a boiled shoulder from the ram and 1 unfermented ring-shaped cake out of the basket, and 1 unfermented wafer, and put them upon the palms of the Nazirite, after he has had the sign of his Naziriteship shaved off. And the priest must wave them to and fro as a wave offering before Jehovah. It is something holy for the priest, along with the breast of the wave offering and the leg of the contribution. And afterward the Nazirite may drink wine. This is the law about the Nazirite who vows, his offering to Jehovah over his Naziriteship, besides that which he can afford, according to his vow that he may make, so he should do because of the law of his Naziriteship. Then Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, This is the way you should bless the sons of Israel, saying to them, May Jehovah bless you and keep you. May Jehovah make his face shine toward you, and may he favor you. May Jehovah lift up his face toward you and assign peace to you. And they must place my name upon the sons of Israel, that I myself may bless them. Chapter 7. Now it came about on the day that Moses finished setting up the tabernacle, that he proceeded to anoint it and to sanctify it, and all its furnishings, and the altar, and all its utensils. Thus he anointed them, and sanctified them. Then the chieftains of Israel, the heads of the house of their fathers, made a presentation, they being the chieftains of the tribes, and standing over the ones registered. And they brought their offering before Jehovah, 6 covered wagons and 12 cattle, a wagon for 2 chieftains, and a bull for each one, and they presented them before the tabernacle. At this Jehovah said to Moses, Accept them from them, as they must serve for carrying on the service of the tent of meeting, and you must give them to the Levites, each one in proportion to his own service. So Moses accepted the wagons and the cattle and gave them to the Levites. 2 wagons and 4 cattle he gave to the sons of Gershon, in proportion to their service, and 4 wagons and 8 cattle he gave to the sons of Merari, in proportion to their service, under the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. But to the sons of Kohath he gave none, because the service of the holy place was upon them. They did their carrying on the shoulder. Now the chieftains made their presentation at the inauguration of the altar on the day of its being anointed, and the chieftains proceeded with presenting their offering before the altar. So Jehovah said to Moses, One chieftain on one day, and another chieftain on another day, is the way they will present their offering for the inauguration of the altar. Now the one presenting his offering on the first day proved to be Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, of the tribe of Judah. And his offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. On the second day, Nethanel, the son of Zuar, the chieftain of Issachar, made a presentation. He presented as his offering 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, one ram, one male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, one kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Nathanael, the son of Zuar. On the 3rd day there was the chieftain for the sons of Zebulun, Eliab, the son of Helon. His offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Eliab, the son of Helon. On the 4th day there was the chieftain for the sons of Reuben, Elizur, the son of Shedeur. His offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Elizur, the son of Shedeur. On the 5th day there was the chieftain for the sons of Simeon, Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. His offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. On the 6th day there was the chieftain for the sons of Gad, Eliasaph, the son of Dual. His offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Eliasaph, the son of Dual. On the 7th day there was the chieftain for the sons of Ephraim, Elishama, the son of Ammihud. His offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Elishama, the son of Ammihud. On the 8th day there was the chieftain for the sons of Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. His offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. On the 9th day there was the chieftain for the sons of Benjamin, Abidan, the son of Gideoni. His offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gideoni. On the 10th day there was the chieftain for the sons of Dan, Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. His offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day there was the chieftain for the sons of Asher, Pagiel, the son of Ochran. His offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Pagiel, the son of Ochran. On the 12th day there was the chieftain for the sons of Naphtali, Ahira, the son of Enan. His offering was 1 silver dish, its weight being 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels by the shekel of the holy place, both of them full of fine flour moistened with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold cup of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb in its first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a communion sacrifice 2 cattle, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 male lambs, each a year old. This was the offering of Ahira, the son of Enan. This was the inauguration offering of the altar on the day of its being anointed on the part of the chieftains of Israel. 12 silver dishes, 12 silver bowls, 12 gold cups, 130 shekels to each silver dish, and 70 to each bowl, all the silver of the vessels being 2,400 shekels by the shekel of the holy place. The 12 gold cups full of incense being 10 shekels respectively to a cup by the shekel of the holy place, all the gold of the cups being 120 shekels. All the cattle for the burnt offering being 12 bulls, 12 rams, 12 male lambs, each a year old, and their grain offerings, and 12 kids of the goats for a sin offering, and all the cattle of the communion sacrifice being 24 bulls, 60 rams, 60 he-goats, 60 male lambs, each a year old. This was the inauguration offering of the altar after its being anointed. Now whenever Moses went into the tent of meeting to speak with him, then he would hear the voice conversing with him from above the cover that was upon the ark of the testimony, from between the two cherubs, and he would speak to him. Chapter 8. And Jehovah proceeded to speak to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron, and you must say to him, Whenever you light up the lamps, the 7 lamps should shine on the area in front of the lampstand. And Aaron began to do so. He lit up its lamps for the area in front of the lampstand, just as Jehovah had commanded Moses. Now this was the workmanship of the lampstand. It was hammered work of gold. Up to its sides and up to its blossoms it was hammered work. According to the vision that Jehovah had shown Moses, so he had made the lampstand. And Jehovah spoke further to Moses, saying, Take the Levites from among the sons of Israel, and you must cleanse them. And this is what you should do to them to cleanse them. Spatter sin-cleansing water upon them, and they must have a razor pass over all their flesh, and must wash their garments and cleanse themselves. Then they must take a young bull and its grain offering of fine flour moistened with oil, and you will take another young bull for a sin offering. And you must present the Levites before the tent of meeting and congregate all the assembly of the sons of Israel. And you must present the Levites before Jehovah, and the sons of Israel must lay their hands upon the Levites. And Aaron must cause the Levites to move to and fro before Jehovah as a wave offering from the sons of Israel, and they must serve for carrying on the service of Jehovah. Then the Levites will lay their hands upon the heads of the bulls. After that, render up the one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering to Jehovah, to make atonement for the Levites. And you must have the Levites stand before Aaron and his sons, and must cause them to move to and fro as a wave offering to Jehovah. And you must separate the Levites from among the sons of Israel, and the Levites must become mine. And afterward the Levites will come in to serve at the tent of meeting. So you must cleanse them and cause them to move to and fro as a wave offering. For they are given ones, given to me from among the sons of Israel. In place of those opening all wombs, all the firstborn of the sons of Israel, you must take them for me. For every firstborn among the sons of Israel is mine, among man and among beast. On the day of my striking every firstborn in the land of Egypt, I sanctified them to myself. And I shall take the Levites in place of all the firstborn among the sons of Israel. And I shall give the Levites as given ones to Aaron, and his sons from among the sons of Israel, to carry on the service of the sons of Israel in the tent of meeting, and to make atonement for the sons of Israel, that no plague may occur among the sons of Israel, because the sons of Israel approach the holy place. And Moses and Aaron and all the assembly of the sons of Israel proceeded to do so to the Levites, in accord with all that Jehovah had commanded Moses as regards the Levites. That is the way the sons of Israel did to them. So the Levites purified themselves and washed their garments, after which Aaron caused them to move to and fro as a wave offering before Jehovah. Then Aaron made an atonement for them to cleanse them. First after that the Levites came in to carry on their service in the tent of meeting before Aaron and his sons. Just as Jehovah had commanded Moses respecting the Levites, So they did to them. Jehovah now spoke to Moses, saying, "This is what applies to the Levites. From 25 years old upward, he will come to enter into the company in the service of the tent of meeting. But after the age of 50 years, he will retire from the service company and serve no longer. And he must minister to his brothers in the tent of meeting in taking care of the obligation, but he must render no service. In accord with this, you will do to the Levites in their obligations." Chapter 9. And Jehovah proceeded to speak to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the 2nd year of their coming out of the land of Egypt, in the 1st month, saying, "Now the sons of Israel should prepare the Passover sacrifice at its appointed time. On the 14th day in this month, between the 2 evenings, you should prepare it at its appointed time. According to all its statutes and all its regular procedures, you should prepare it." So Moses spoke to the sons of Israel to prepare the Passover sacrifice. Then they prepared the Passover sacrifice in the 1st month, on the 14th day of the month, between the 2 evenings, in the wilderness of Sinai. According to all that Jehovah had commanded Moses, so the sons of Israel did. Now there happened to be men who had become unclean by a human soul, so that they were not able to prepare the Passover sacrifice on that day. Hence they presented themselves before Moses and Aaron on that day. Then those men said to him, "We are unclean by a human soul. Why should we be restrained from presenting the offering to Jehovah at its appointed time in the midst of the sons of Israel?" At this Moses said to them, "Stand there, and let me hear what Jehovah may command regarding you." Then Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the sons of Israel, saying, Although any man of you, or of your generations, should happen to be unclean by a soul, or off on a distant journey, he too must prepare the Passover sacrifice to Jehovah. In the 2nd month, on the 14th day between the 2 evenings, they should prepare it. Together with unfermented cakes and bitter greens they should eat it. They must not let any of it remain until morning, and they should break no bone in it. According to the whole statute of the Passover, they should prepare it. But when the man was clean, or did not happen to be off on a journey, and neglected to prepare the Passover sacrifice, that soul must then be cut off from his people, because the offering of Jehovah he did not present at its appointed time. For his sin that man will answer. And in case an alien resident should be residing with you as an alien, he also must prepare the Passover sacrifice to Jehovah. According to the statute of the Passover, and according to its regular procedure, is the way he should do. There should exist one statute for you people, both for the alien resident and for the native of the land. Now on the day of setting up the tabernacle, the cloud covered the tabernacle of the tent of the testimony. But in the evening, what appeared to be fire continued over the tabernacle until morning. That is the way it went on constantly. The cloud would cover it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. And whenever the cloud would go up from over the tent, the sons of Israel would pull away right afterward. And in the place where the cloud would reside, there is where the sons of Israel would encamp. At the order of Jehovah the sons of Israel would pull away, and at the order of Jehovah they would encamp. All the days that the cloud would reside over the tabernacle, they would remain encamped. And when the cloud prolonged its stay over the tabernacle many days, the sons of Israel also kept their obligation to Jehovah, that they should not pull away. And sometimes the cloud would continue a few days over the tabernacle. At the order of Jehovah they would remain encamped, and at the order of Jehovah they would pull away. And sometimes the cloud would continue from evening to morning, and the cloud lifted itself in the morning, and they pulled away. Whether it was by day or by night that the cloud lifted itself, they also pulled away. Whether it was 2 days or a month or more days during which the cloud prolonged its stay over the tabernacle by residing over it, the sons of Israel remained encamped and would not pull away, but when it lifted itself, they would pull away. At the order of Jehovah they would encamp, and at the order of Jehovah they would pull away. They kept their obligation to Jehovah at the order of Jehovah by means of Moses. Chapter 10. And Jehovah proceeded to speak to Moses, saying, Make for yourself 2 trumpets of silver. You will make them of hammered work, and they must be at your service for convening the assembly and for breaking up the camps. And they must blow on them both, and the whole assembly must keep their appointment with you at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And if they should blow on just one, the chieftains, as heads of the thousands of Israel, must also keep their appointment with you. And you men must blow a fluctuating blast, and the camps of those camping to the east must pull away. And you must blow a fluctuating blast a second time, and the camps of those camping to the south must pull away. They should blow a fluctuating blast for each time one of them pulls away. Now when calling the congregation together, you should blow, but you must not sound a fluctuating blast. And Aaron's sons, the priests, should blow on the trumpets, and the use of them must serve as a statute for you men to time indefinite during your generations. And in case you should enter into war in your land against the oppressor who is harassing you, you must also sound a war call on the trumpets, and you will certainly be remembered before Jehovah your God, and be saved from your enemies. And in the day of your rejoicing, and in your festal seasons, and at the commencements of your months, you must blow on the trumpets over your burnt offerings and your communion sacrifices, and their use must serve as a memorial for you before your God. I am Jehovah your God. Now it came about that in the 2nd year, in the 2nd month, on the 20th day in the month, the cloud lifted itself from over the tabernacle of the testimony. And the sons of Israel began to pull away in the manner of their departures from the wilderness of Sinai, and the cloud proceeded to reside in the wilderness of Paran. And they began pulling away for the first time, according to the order of Jehovah by means of Moses. So the 3-tribe division of the camp of the sons of Judah pulled away first of all in their armies, and Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, was over its army. And over the army of the tribe of the sons of Issachar there was Nathanael, the son of Zuar. And over the army of the tribe of the sons of Zebulun there was Eliab, the son of Helon. And the tabernacle was taken down, and the sons of Gershon and the sons of Merari, as carriers of the tabernacle, pulled away. And the 3-tribe division of the camp of Reuben pulled away in their armies, and Elizur, the son of Shedehur, was over its army. And over the army of the tribe of the sons of Simeon there was Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. And over the army of the tribe of the sons of Gad there was Eliasaph, the son of Dual. And the Kohathites, as carriers of the sanctuary, pulled away, as they will have set up the tabernacle by the time of their coming. And the 3-tribe division of the camp of the sons of Ephraim pulled away in their armies, and Elishama, the son of Ammihud, was over its army. And over the army of the tribe of the sons of Manasseh there was Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. And over the army of the tribe of the sons of Benjamin there was Abidan, the son of Gideoni. And the 3-tribe division of the camp of the sons of Dan pulled away, as forming the rear guard for all the camps in their armies. And Ahiezer the son of Ammishaddai was over its army. And over the army of the tribe of the sons of Asher there was Pagiel the son of Ochran. And over the army of the tribe of the sons of Naphtali there was Ahira the son of Enan. In this manner were the departures of the sons of Israel and their armies when they would pull away. Then Moses said to Hobab, the son of Ruel, the Midianite, the father-in-law of Moses, "We are pulling away for the place about which Jehovah said, 'I shall give it to you.' Do come with us, and we shall certainly do good to you, because Jehovah has spoken good concerning Israel." But he said to him, "I shall not go along, but I shall go to my own country and to my relatives." At this he said, "Please, do not leave us, because for the reason that you well know where we may encamp in the wilderness, you must serve as eyes for us. And it must occur that in case you should come with us, yes, it must occur that with what goodness Jehovah will do good with us, we in turn will do good to you." So they went marching from the mountain of Jehovah for a journey of 3 days, and the ark of Jehovah's covenant was marching before them for a journey of 3 days to search out a resting place for them. And Jehovah's cloud was over them by day at their marching out from the encampment. And it would occur that when the ark would set out, Moses would say, "Do arise, O Jehovah, and let your enemies be scattered, and let those who intensely hate you flee from before you." And when it would rest, he would say, "Do return, O Jehovah, to the myriads of thousands of Israel." Chapter 11. Now the people became as men having something evil to complain about in the ears of Jehovah. When Jehovah got to hear it, then his anger grew hot, and a fire of Jehovah began to blaze against them, and to consume some in the extremity of the camp. When the people began to cry out to Moses, then he made supplication to Jehovah, and the fire sank down. And the name of that place got to be called Taberah, because a fire of Jehovah had blazed against them. And the mixed crowd that was in the midst of them expressed selfish longing, and the sons of Israel too began to weep again and say, "Who will give us meat to eat?" How we remember the fish that we used to eat in Egypt for nothing, the cucumbers and the watermelons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic. But now our soul is dried away. Our eyes are on nothing at all except the manna. Incidentally, the manna was like coriander seed, and its look was like the look of bdellium gum. The people spread out and picked it up and ground it in hand mills, or pounded it in a mortar, and they boiled it in cooking pots or made it into round cakes, and its taste proved to be like the taste of an oiled sweet cake. And when the dew descended upon the camp by night, the manna would descend upon it. And Moses got to hear the people weeping in their families, each man at the entrance of his tent. And Jehovah's anger began growing very hot, and in the eyes of Moses it was bad. Then Moses said to Jehovah, "Why have you caused evil to your servant? And why have I not found favor in your eyes in placing the load of all this people upon me? Have I myself conceived all this people? Is it I who have given them birth, so that you should say to me, 'Carry them in your bosom, just as the male nurse carries the suckling, to the soil about which you swore to their forefathers?' From where do I have meat to give to all this people? For they keep weeping toward me, saying, 'Do give us meat, and let us eat.' I am not able, I by myself, to carry all this people, because they are too heavy for me. So if this is the way you are doing to me, please kill me off altogether, if I have found favor in your eyes, and let me not look upon my calamity." In turn Jehovah said to Moses, "Gather for me 70 men of the older men of Israel, whom you do know that they are older men of the people and officers of theirs, and you must take them to the tent of meeting, and they must station themselves there with you. And I shall have to come down and speak with you there, and I shall have to take away some of the spirit that is upon you and place it upon them, and they will have to help you in carrying the load of the people, that you may not carry it, just you alone. And to the people you should say, Sanctify yourselves for tomorrow, as you will certainly eat meat, because you have wept in the ears of Jehovah, saying, Who will give us meat to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. And Jehovah will certainly give you meat, and you will indeed eat. You will eat not 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, nor 10 days, nor 20 days, but up to a month of days, until it comes out of your nostrils, and it has become a loathing to you, just because you rejected Jehovah, who is in your midst, and you went weeping before him, saying, Why is it that we have come out of Egypt? Then Moses said, The people in the midst of whom I am are 600,000 men on foot, and yet you have said, Meat I shall give them, and they will certainly eat for a month of days. Will flocks and herds be slaughtered for them, for it to be adequate for them? Or will all the fish of the sea be caught for them, for it to be adequate for them? At this Jehovah said to Moses, The hand of Jehovah is cut short, is it? Now you will see whether what I say befalls you or not. After that Moses went out and spoke to the people the words of Jehovah. And he went gathering 70 men from the older men of the people, and proceeded to have them stand round about the tent. Then Jehovah came down in a cloud, and spoke to him, and took away some of the spirit that was upon him, and put it upon each of the 70 older men. And it came about that as soon as the spirit settled down upon them, then they proceeded to act as prophets, but they did not do it again. Now there were 2 of the men remaining in the camp. The name of the one was Eldad, and the name of the other was Medad. And the Spirit began to settle down upon them, as they were among those written down, but they had not gone out to the tent. So they proceeded to act as prophets in the camp. And a young man went running and reporting to Moses and saying, Eldad and Medad are acting as prophets in the camp. Then Joshua the son of Nun, the minister of Moses from his young manhood on, responded and said, My lord Moses, restrain them. However, Moses said to him, Are you feeling jealous for me? No, I wish that all of Jehovah's people were prophets, because Jehovah would put his spirit upon them. Later Moses withdrew to the camp, he and the older men of Israel. And a wind burst forth from Jehovah, and began driving quails from the sea, and letting them fall above the camp about a day's journey this way, and about a day's journey that way, all around the camp, and about 2 cubits above the surface of the earth. Then the people got up all that day and all night and all the next day, and kept gathering the quail. The one collecting least gathered 10 homers, and they kept spreading them extensively all around the camp for themselves. The meat was yet between their teeth before it could be chewed, when Jehovah's anger blazed against the people, and Jehovah began striking at the people with a very great slaughter. The name of that place came to be called Kibroth-Hattaavah, because there they buried the people who showed selfish craving. From Kibroth-Hattaavah the people pulled away for Hazereth, and they continued in Hazereth. Chapter 12. Now Miriam and Aaron began to speak against Moses on account of the Cushite wife whom he had taken, because it was a Cushite wife he had taken. And they kept saying, "Is it just by Moses alone that Jehovah has spoken? Is it not by us also that he has spoken?" And Jehovah was listening. And the man Moses was by far the meekest of all the men who were upon the surface of the ground. Then Jehovah suddenly said to Moses and Aaron and Miriam, "Go out, the three of you, to the tent of meeting." So the three of them went out. After that Jehovah came down in the pillar of cloud, and stood at the entrance of the tent, and called Aaron and Miriam. At this both of them went out. And he went on to say, "Hear my words, please. If there came to be a prophet of yours for Jehovah, it would be in a vision I would make myself known to him. In a dream I would speak to him. Not so my servant Moses. He is being entrusted with all my house. Mouth to mouth I speak to him, thus showing him, and not by riddles. And the appearance of Jehovah is what he beholds. Why then did you not fear to speak against my servant, against Moses?" And Jehovah's anger got to be hot against them, and he went his way. And the cloud turned away from over the tent, and look, Miriam was struck with leprosy, as white as snow. Then Aaron turned toward Miriam, and look, she was struck with leprosy. Immediately Aaron said to Moses, "Excuse me, my Lord. Do not, please, attribute to us the sin in which we have acted foolishly, and which we have committed. Please do not let her continue like someone dead, whose flesh at the time of his coming out of his mother's womb is half eaten off." And Moses began to cry out to Jehovah, saying, "O God, please, heal her, please." Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Were her father to spit directly in her face, would she not be humiliated 7 days? Let her be quarantined 7 days outside the camp, and afterward let her be received in." Accordingly Miriam was quarantined outside the camp 7 days, and the people did not pull away until Miriam was received in. And afterward the people pulled away from Hazereth, and took up camping in the wilderness of Paran. Chapter 13. Jehovah now spoke to Moses, saying, "Send out for yourself men, that they may spy out the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the sons of Israel. You will send out 1 man for each tribe of his fathers, each one a chieftain among them." So Moses sent them out from the wilderness of Paran at the order of Jehovah. All the men were heads of the sons of Israel. And these are their names: of the tribe of Reuben, Shammua, the son of Zachar; of the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, the son of Hori; of the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh; of the tribe of Issachar, Igal, the son of Joseph; of the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea, the son of Nun; of the tribe of Benjamin, Paltai, the son of Raphu; of the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, the son of Sodai; of the tribe of Joseph, for the tribe of Manasseh, Gadai, the son of Susai; of the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gamolai; of the tribe of Asher, Sethur, the son of Michael; of the tribe of Naphtali, Nabai, the son of Opsai; Of the tribe of Gad, Geuel, the son of Machai. These are the names of the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land. And Moses continued to call Hoshea, the son of Nun, Jehoshua. When Moses was sending them to spy out the land of Canaan, he proceeded to say to them, "Go up here into the Negeb, and you must go up into the mountainous region. And you must see what the land is, and the people who are dwelling on it, whether they are strong or weak, whether they are few or many, and what the land is in which they are dwelling, whether it is good or bad, and what the cities are in which they are dwelling, whether it is in encampments or in fortifications, and what the land is, whether it is fat or lean, whether there are trees in it or not. And you must show yourselves courageous, and take some of the fruitage of the land." Now the days were the days of the first ripe fruits of the grapes. So they went up and spied out the land from the wilderness of Zin to Rehob, to the entering in of Hamath. When they went up into the Negeb, they then came to Hebron. Now Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, those born of Anak, were there. Incidentally, Hebron had been built 7 years before Zoan of Egypt. When they came to the torrent valley of Eshcol, they then proceeded to cut down from there a shoot with one cluster of grapes. And they went carrying it with a bar on 2 of the men, and also some of the pomegranates and some of the figs. They called that place the torrent valley of Eshcol, on account of the cluster that the sons of Israel cut down from there. Finally, at the end of 40 days, they returned from spying out the land. So they walked and came to Moses and Aaron and all the assembly of the sons of Israel in the wilderness of Paran at Kadesh. And they came bringing back word to them and all the assembly, and showing them the fruitage of the land. And they went on to report to him and say, "We entered into the land to which you sent us out, and it is indeed flowing with milk and honey, and this is its fruitage." Nevertheless, the facts are that the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the fortified cities are very great, and too, those born of Anak we saw there. The Amalekites are dwelling in the land of the Negeb. And the Hittites, and the Jebusites, and the Amorites are dwelling in the mountainous region, and the Canaanites are dwelling by the sea and by the side of the Jordan. Then Caleb tried to still the people toward Moses, and went on to say, "Let us go up directly, and we are bound to take possession of it, because we can surely prevail over it." But the men who went up with him said, "We are not able to go up against the people, because they are stronger than we are." And they kept on bringing forth to the sons of Israel a bad report of the land that they had spied out, saying, "The land which we passed through to spy it out is a land that eats up its inhabitants, and all the people whom we saw in the midst of it are men of extraordinary size. And there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who are from the Nephilim, so that we became in our own eyes like grasshoppers, and the same way we became in their eyes." Chapter 14. Then all the assembly raised their voice, and the people continued giving vent to their voice and weeping all through that night. And all the sons of Israel began to murmur against Moses and Aaron, and all the assembly began to say against them, "If only we had died in the land of Egypt, or if only we had died in this wilderness. And why is Jehovah bringing us to this land to fall by the sword? Our wives and our little ones will become plunder. Is it not better for us to return to Egypt?" They even went to saying to one another, "Let us appoint a head, and let us return to Egypt." At this Moses and Aaron fell upon their faces before all the congregation of the assembly of the sons of Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, who were of those who spied out the land, ripped their garments apart, and they proceeded to say this to all the assembly of the sons of Israel: The land that we passed through to spy it out is a very, very good land. If Jehovah has found delight in us, then he will certainly bring us into this land and give it to us, a land that is flowing with milk and honey. Only against Jehovah do not rebel, and do not you fear the people of the land, for they are bread to us. Their shelter has turned away from over them, and Jehovah is with us. Do not fear them. However, all the assembly talked of pelting them with stones. And Jehovah's glory appeared on the tent of meeting to all the sons of Israel. Finally, Jehovah said to Moses, How long will this people treat me without respect? And how long will they not put faith in me for all the signs that I performed in among them? Let me strike them with pestilence and drive them away, and let me make you a nation greater and mightier than they are. But Moses said to Jehovah, Then the Egyptians will be bound to hear that you by your power have led this people up out of their midst, and they will be bound to tell it to the inhabitants of this land. They have heard that you are Jehovah in among this people, who has appeared face to face. You are Jehovah, and your cloud is standing over them, and you are going before them in the pillar of cloud by day, and in the pillar of fire by night. Were you to put this people to death as one man, then the nations who have heard of your fame would certainly say this: Because of Jehovah's not being able to bring this people into the land about which he swore to them, he proceeded to slaughter them in the wilderness. And now, please, let your power become great, O Jehovah, just as you have spoken, saying, Jehovah, slow to anger, and abundant in loving kindness, pardoning error and transgression, but by no means will he give exemption from punishment, bringing punishment for the error of the fathers upon sons, upon the third generation and upon the fourth generation. Forgive, please, the error of this people according to the greatness of your loving kindness, and just as you have pardoned this people from Egypt onward until now. Then Jehovah said, I do forgive according to your word. And, on the other hand, as I live, all the earth will be filled with the glory of Jehovah. But all the men who have been seeing my glory and my signs that I have performed in Egypt and in the wilderness, and yet kept testing me these 10 times, and have not listened to my voice, will never see the land about which I swore to their fathers. Yes, all those treating me without respect will not see it. As for my servant Caleb, because a different spirit has proved to be with him, and he kept following wholly after me, I shall certainly bring him into the land where he has gone, and his offspring will take possession of it. While the Amalekites and the Canaanites are dwelling in the low plain, you people make a turn tomorrow, and pull away to march to the wilderness by way of the Red Sea. And Jehovah went on to speak to Moses and Aaron, saying, How long will this evil assembly have this murmuring that they are carrying on against me? I have heard the murmurings of the sons of Israel, that they are murmuring against me. Say to them, As I live, is the utterance of Jehovah, if I shall not do to you just that way as you have spoken in my ears. In this wilderness your carcasses will fall, yes, all your registered ones of all your number from 20 years old upward, you who have murmured against me. As for you, You will not enter into the land in which I lifted up my hand in oath to reside with you, except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun. And your little ones, who you said would become plunder, these also I shall certainly bring in, and they will indeed know the land that you have rejected. But the carcasses of you yourselves will fall in this wilderness, and your sons will become shepherds in the wilderness 40 years, and they will have to answer for your acts of fornication until your carcasses come to their end in the wilderness. By the number of the days that you spied out the land, 40 days, a day for a year, a day for a year, you will answer for your errors 40 years, as you must know what my being estranged means. I, Jehovah, have spoken. If this is not what I shall do to all this evil assembly, those who have gathered together against me, in this wilderness they will come to their end, and there they will die. And the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land, and who, when they returned, began making the whole assembly murmur against him, by bringing forth a bad report against the land, yes, the men bringing forth the bad report about the land will die by the scourge before Jehovah. But Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, will certainly live on, of those men who went to spy out the land. When Moses proceeded to speak these words to all the sons of Israel, then the people began to mourn a great deal. Moreover, they got up early in the morning and tried to go up to the top of the mountain, saying, "Here we are, and we have to go up to the place that Jehovah mentioned, for we have sinned." But Moses said, "Why is it that you are passing beyond the order of Jehovah? But that will not succeed. Do not go up, because Jehovah is not in your midst, that you may not be defeated before your enemies. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and you are certain to fall by the sword, because for the reason that you turned back from following Jehovah, Jehovah will not continue with you." However, they presumed to go up to the top of the mountain, but the ark of Jehovah's covenant and Moses did not move away from the midst of the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who were dwelling in that mountain came on down and began striking them, and went scattering them as far as Hormah. Chapter 15. And Jehovah spoke further to Moses, saying, "Speak to the sons of Israel, and you must say to them, when you eventually come into the land of your dwelling places, which I am giving you, and you must render up an offering made by fire to Jehovah, a burnt offering or a sacrifice to perform a special vow, or voluntarily, or during your seasonal festivals, in order to make a restful odor to Jehovah from the herd or from the flock, the one presenting his offering must also present to Jehovah a grain offering of fine flour, 1/10 of an ephah, moistened with 1/4 of a hin of oil. And you should render up wine as a drink offering, 1/4 of a hin, together with the burnt offering, or for the sacrifice of each male lamb. Or for a ram you should render up a grain offering of 2/10 of fine flour, moistened with 1/3 of a hin of oil. And you should present wine as a drink offering, 1/3 of a hin, as a restful odor to Jehovah. But in case you should render up a male of the herd as a burnt offering or a sacrifice to perform a special vow or communion sacrifices to Jehovah, one must also present together with the male of the herd a grain offering of 3/10 of fine flour, moistened with 1/2 a hin of oil. And you should present wine as a drink offering, 1/2 a hin, as an offering made by fire, of a restful odor to Jehovah. This is the way it should be done for each bull, or for each ram, or for one head among the male lambs or among the goats. Whatever may be the number that you may render up, that is the way you should do for each one according to the number of them. Every native should render up these in this way in presenting an offering made by fire of a restful odor to Jehovah. And in case there should be residing as an alien with you, an alien resident or one who is in your midst for generations of you, and he must render up an offering made by fire of a restful odor to Jehovah, just as you should do, so he should do. You who are of the congregation and the alien resident who is residing as an alien will have one statute. It will be a statute to time indefinite for your generations. The alien resident should prove to be the same as you before Jehovah. There should prove to be one law and one judicial decision for you and for the alien resident who is residing as an alien with you. And Jehovah went on to speak to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, and you must say to them, On your coming into the land where I am bringing you, it must also occur that when you eat any of the bread of the land, you should make a contribution to Jehovah. You should make a contribution of the first fruits of your course meal as ring-shaped cakes. Like the contribution of a threshing floor is the way you should contribute it. Some of the first fruits of your course meal you should give as a contribution to Jehovah throughout your generations. Now, in case you should make a mistake and not do all these commandments, which Jehovah has spoken to Moses, all that Jehovah has commanded you by means of Moses from the day that Jehovah commanded and onward for your generations, it must then occur that if it has been done far from the eyes of the assembly by mistake, the whole assembly must then render up one young bull as a burnt offering for a restful odor to Jehovah, and its grain offering and its drink offering according to the regular procedure, and one kid of the goats as a sin offering. And the priest must make atonement for the whole assembly of the sons of Israel, and it must be forgiven them, because it was a mistake. And they, for their part, brought as their offering an offering made by fire to Jehovah, and their sin offering before Jehovah for their mistake. And it must be forgiven the whole assembly of the sons of Israel, and the alien resident who is residing as an alien in their midst, because it was by mistake on the part of all the people. And if any soul should sin by mistake, then he must present a female goat in its first year for a sin offering. And the priest must make atonement for the soul who made a mistake by a sin unintentionally before Jehovah, so as to make atonement for it, and it must be forgiven him. As to the native among the sons of Israel, and the alien resident who is residing as an alien in their midst, there should prove to be one law for you as respects doing something unintentionally. But the soul that does something deliberately, whether he is a native or an alien resident, he speaking abusively of Jehovah, in that case that soul must be cut off from among his people. Because it is Jehovah's word that he has despised, and his commandment that he has broken, that soul should be cut off without fail. His own error is upon him. While the sons of Israel were continuing in the wilderness, they once found a man collecting pieces of wood on the Sabbath day. Then those who found him collecting pieces of wood brought him up to Moses and Aaron and the whole assembly. So they committed him into custody, because it had not been distinctly stated what should be done to him. In time Jehovah said to Moses, Without fail the man should be put to death, the whole assembly pelting him with stones outside the camp. Accordingly, the whole assembly brought him forth outside the camp and pelted him with stones so that he died, just as Jehovah had commanded Moses. And Jehovah went on to say this to Moses, Speak to the sons of Israel, And you must say to them that they must make for themselves fringed edges upon the skirts of their garments throughout their generations. And they must put a blue string above the fringed edge of the skirt. And it must serve as a fringed edge for you, and you must see it, and remember all the commandments of Jehovah and do them. And you must not go about following your hearts and your eyes, which you are following in immoral intercourse. The purpose is that you may remember and may certainly do all my commandments and indeed prove to be holy to your God. I am Jehovah your God, who have brought you out of the land of Egypt in order to prove myself your God. I am Jehovah your God. Chapter 16. And Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, proceeded to get up, together with Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Peleth, the sons of Reuben. And they proceeded to rise up before Moses, they and 250 men of the sons of Israel, chieftains of the assembly, summoned ones of the meeting, men of fame. So they congregated themselves against Moses and Aaron and said to them, That is enough of you, because the whole assembly are all of them holy, and Jehovah is in their midst. Why then should you lift yourselves up above the congregation of Jehovah? When Moses got to hear it, he at once fell upon his face. Then he spoke to Korah and to his entire assembly, saying, In the morning Jehovah will make known who belongs to him, and who is holy, and who must come near to him, and whoever he may choose will come near to him. Do this, take fire holders for yourselves, Korah and his entire assembly, and put fire in them, and place incense upon them before Jehovah tomorrow. And it must occur that the man whom Jehovah will choose, he is the Holy One. That is enough of you, you sons of Levi. And Moses went on to say to Korah, Listen, please, you sons of Levi. Is it such a little thing for you men that the God of Israel has separated you men from the assembly of Israel to present you to himself, to carry on the service of Jehovah's tabernacle, and to stand before the assembly to minister to them, and that he should bring you and all your brothers, the sons of Levi, with you near? So must you men also try to secure the priesthood. For that reason you and all your assembly who are gathering together are against Jehovah. As for Aaron, what is he that you men should murmur against him? Later Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, but they said, We are not going to come up. Is it so little a thing that you have brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey to put us to death in the wilderness, that you should also try to play the prince over us to the limit? As it is, you have not brought us into any land flowing with milk and honey, that you may give us an inheritance of field and vineyard. Is it the eyes of those men that you want to bore out? We are not going to come up. At this Moses became very angry and said to Jehovah, Do not turn to look at their grain offering. Not one male ass have I taken away from them, nor have I harmed one of them. Then Moses said to Korah, You and all your assembly, be present before Jehovah, you and they and Aaron, tomorrow. And take each one his fire holder, and you men must put incense upon them, and present each one his fire holder before Jehovah, 250 fire holders, and you and Aaron each his fire holder. So they took each one his fire holder, and put fire upon them, and placed incense upon them, and stood at the entrance of the tent of meeting together with Moses and Aaron. When Korah got all the assembly together against them at the entrance of the tent of meeting, then Jehovah's glory appeared to all the assembly. Jehovah now spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, "Separate yourselves from the midst of this assembly, that I may exterminate them in an instant." At this they fell upon their faces and said, "O God, the God of the spirits of every sort of flesh, will just one man sin and you become indignant against the entire assembly?" In turn Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the assembly, saying, Get away from around the tabernacles of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram." After that Moses got up and went to Dathan and Abiram, and the older men of Israel went with him. Then he spoke to the assembly, saying, "Turn aside, please, from before the tents of these wicked men, and do not touch anything that belongs to them, that you may not be swept away in all their sin." Immediately they got away from before the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, from every side. And Dathan and Abiram came out, taking their stand at the entrance of their tents, together with their wives and their sons and their little ones. Then Moses said, "By this you will know that Jehovah has sent me to do all these deeds, that it is not of my own heart. If it is according to the death of all mankind that these people will die, and with the punishment of all mankind, that punishment will be brought upon them, then it is not Jehovah that has sent me. But if it is something created that Jehovah will create, and the ground has to open its mouth and swallow up them, and everything that belongs to them, and they have to go down alive into Sheol, you will then know for certain that these men have treated Jehovah disrespectfully." And it came about that as soon as he had finished speaking all these words, the ground that was under them began to be split apart, and the earth proceeded to open its mouth and to swallow up them and their households and all humankind that belonged to Korah and all the goods. So down they went, and all who belonged to them, alive into Sheol, and the earth went covering them over, so that they perished from the midst of the congregation. And all the Israelites who were round about them fled at the screaming of them, for they began to say, "We are afraid that the earth may swallow us up." And a fire came out from Jehovah, and proceeded to consume the 250 men offering the incense. Jehovah now spoke to Moses, saying, "Say to Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, that he should take up the fire holders from within the conflagration. And you scatter the fire over there, for they are holy, even the fire holders of these men who sinned against their own souls. And they must make them into thin metal plates as an overlaying for the altar, because they presented them before Jehovah, so that they became holy, and they should serve as a sign to the sons of Israel." Accordingly, Eleazar the priest took the copper fire holders, which those who had been burned up had presented, and they proceeded to beat them out into an overlaying for the altar, as a memorial for the sons of Israel, to the end that no strange man who is not of the offspring of Aaron should come near to make incense smoke before Jehovah, and no one might become like Korah and his assembly, just as Jehovah had spoken to him by means of Moses. And directly the next day the whole assembly of the sons of Israel began to murmur against Moses and Aaron, saying, "You men, you have put Jehovah's people to death." And it came about that when the assembly had congregated themselves together against Moses and Aaron, they then turned toward the tent of meeting, and look, the cloud covered it, and Jehovah's glory began to appear. And Moses and Aaron proceeded to come before the tent of meeting. Then Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, "You men, rise up from the midst of this assembly, that I may exterminate them in an instant." At this they fell upon their faces. After that Moses said to Aaron, "Take the fire holder, and put fire from upon the altar in it, and put on incense, and go to the assembly in a hurry, and make atonement for them, because the indignation has gone out from the face of Jehovah. The plague has started." Aaron at once took it, just as Moses had spoken, and went running into the midst of the congregation. And look, the plague had started among the people. So he put the incense on and began making atonement for the people. And he kept standing between the dead and the living. Eventually the scourge was stopped. And those dead from the scourge amounted to 14,700, aside from those dead on account of Korah. When at last Aaron returned to Moses at the entrance of the tent of meeting, the scourge had been stopped. Chapter 17. Jehovah now spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the sons of Israel, and take from them 1 rod for each paternal house from all their chieftains. By the house of their fathers 12 rods. You will write the name of each one upon his rod. And Aaron's name you will write upon Levi's rod, because there is 1 rod for the head of the house of their fathers. And you must deposit them in the tent of meeting before the testimony, where I regularly present myself to you. And what must occur is that the man whom I shall choose, his rod will bud, and I shall certainly make subside from against me the murmurings of the sons of Israel, which they are murmuring against you." So Moses spoke to the sons of Israel, and all their chieftains went giving him a rod for each chieftain, a rod for each chieftain, by the house of their fathers 12 rods, and Aaron's rod was in among their rods. Then Moses deposited the rods before Jehovah in the tent of the testimony. And it came about the next day that when Moses went into the tent of the testimony, look, Aaron's rod for the house of Levi had budded, and it was bringing forth buds and blossoming flowers, and was bearing ripe almonds. Moses then brought out all the rods from before Jehovah to all the sons of Israel, and they went looking and taking each man his own rod. Subsequently Jehovah said to Moses, "Put Aaron's rod back before the testimony as something to be kept for a sign to the sons of rebelliousness, that their murmurings may cease from against me, that they may not die." At once Moses did just as Jehovah had commanded him. He did just so. And the sons of Israel began to say this to Moses, "Now we are bound to expire. We are bound to perish. We are all of us bound to perish. Anyone approaching, coming near to Jehovah's tabernacle will die. Must we end up in expiring that way?" Chapter 18. And Jehovah proceeded to say to Aaron, "You and your sons and the house of your father with you will answer for error against the sanctuary, and you and your sons with you will answer for error against your priesthood. And bring near also your brothers of the tribe of Levi, the clan of your father with you, that they may be joined to you and may minister to you, to both you and your sons with you, before the tent of the testimony. And they must keep their obligation to you and their obligation to the entire tent. Only to the utensils of the holy place and to the altar they must not come near, that they may not die, neither they nor you men. And they must be joined to you, and must keep their obligation to the tent of meeting, as respects all the service of the tent, and no stranger may come near to you men. And you must keep your obligation to the holy place, and your obligation to the altar, that no further indignation may occur against the sons of Israel. And look, I have taken your brothers, the Levites, from among the sons of Israel, as a gift for you, as those given to Jehovah to carry on the service of the tent of meeting. And you and your sons with you should safeguard your priesthood, as regards every concern of the altar, and as regards what is inside the curtain. And you men must render service. As a service of gift I shall give your priesthood, and the stranger drawing near should be put to death. And Jehovah spoke further to Aaron, As for me, look, I have given you the custody of the contributions made to me. Of all the holy things of the sons of Israel, I have given them to you and to your sons as a portion, as an allowance to time indefinite. This should become yours out of the most holy things, out of the offering made by fire, every offering of theirs together with every grain offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every guilt offering of theirs, which they will return to me. It is something most holy for you and for your sons. In a most holy place you should eat it. Every meal should eat it. It should become something holy to you. And this belongs to you, the contribution of their gift, together with all the wave offerings of the sons of Israel. I have given them to you and your sons and your daughters with you, as an allowance to time indefinite. Everyone clean in your house may eat it. All the best of the oil, and all the best of the new wine and the grain, their first fruits, which they will give to Jehovah, I have given them to you. The first ripe fruits of all that is on their land, which they will bring to Jehovah, yours it should become. Everyone clean in your house may eat it. Every devoted thing in Israel should become yours. Everything opening the womb of every sort of flesh, which they will present to Jehovah among man and among beast, should become yours. However, you should without fail redeem the firstborn of mankind, and the firstborn of the unclean beast you should redeem. And with a redemption price for it from a month old onward, you should redeem it, by the estimated value, 5 silver shekels by the shekel of the holy place. It is 20 gerahs. Only the firstborn bull, or firstborn male lamb, or firstborn goat you should not redeem. They are something holy. Their blood you should sprinkle upon the altar, and their fat you should make smoke as an offering made by fire for a restful odor to Jehovah. And their flesh should become yours. Like the breast of the wave offering and like the right leg, it should become yours. All the holy contributions which the sons of Israel will contribute to Jehovah, I have given to you and your sons and your daughters with you, as an allowance to time indefinite. It is a covenant of salt to time indefinite before Jehovah for you and your offspring with you. And Jehovah went on to say to Aaron, In their land you will not have an inheritance, and no share will become yours in their midst. I am your share and your inheritance in the midst of the sons of Israel. And to the sons of Levi, Look, I have given every 10th part in Israel as an inheritance in return for their service that they are carrying on, the service of the tent of meeting. And the sons of Israel should no more come near to the tent of meeting to incur sin so as to die. And the Levites themselves must carry on the service of the tent of meeting, and they are the ones who should answer for their error. It is a statute to time indefinite during your generations that in the midst of the sons of Israel they should not get possession of an inheritance. For the 10th part of the sons of Israel, which they will contribute to Jehovah as a contribution, I have given to the Levites as an inheritance. That is why I have said to them, In the midst of the sons of Israel they should not get possession of an inheritance. Then Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, And you should speak to the Levites, and you must say to them, You will receive from the sons of Israel the 10th part that I have given to you from them for your inheritance, and you must contribute from it as a contribution to Jehovah a 10th part of the 10th part. And it must be reckoned to you as your contribution, like the grain of the threshing floor, and like the full produce of the wine or oil press. In this way you yourselves also will contribute a contribution to Jehovah from all your 10th parts that you will receive from the sons of Israel. And from them you must give the contribution to Jehovah to Aaron the priest. From all the gifts to you, you will contribute every sort of contribution to Jehovah, of the very best of it, as some holy thing from them. And you must say to them, When you contribute the best of them, then it will certainly be reckoned to the Levites as the produce of the threshing floor, and as the produce of the wine or oil press. And you must eat it in every place, you and your household, because it is your wages in return for your service in the tent of meeting. And you must not incur sin for it when you contribute the best from them. And you must not profane the holy things of the sons of Israel, that you may not die. Chapter 19. And Jehovah proceeded to speak to Moses and Aaron, saying, This is a statute of the law that Jehovah has commanded, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, that they should take for you a sound red cow, in which there is no defect, and upon which no yoke is come. And you must give it to Eleazar the priest, and he must lead it forth outside the camp, and it must be slaughtered before him. Then Eleazar the priest must take some of its blood with his finger, and spatter some of its blood straight toward the front of the tent of meeting 7 times. And the cow must be burned under his eyes. Its skin and its flesh and its blood together with its dung will be burned. And the priest must take cedar wood and hyssop and caucus scarlet material, and throw it into the midst of the burning of the cow. And the priest must wash his garments and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he may come into the camp, but the priest must be unclean until the evening. And the one who burned it will wash his garments in water, and must bathe his flesh in water, and he must be unclean until the evening. And a clean man must gather up the ashes of the cow, and deposit them outside the camp in a clean place, and they must serve the assembly of the sons of Israel as something to be kept for the water for cleansing. It is a sin offering. And the one gathering the ashes of the cow must wash his garments, and be unclean until the evening. And it must serve the sons of Israel and the alien resident who is residing as an alien in their midst, as a statute to time indefinite. Anyone touching the corpse of any human soul must also be unclean 7 days. Such one should purify himself with it on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he will be clean. But if he will not purify himself on the 3rd day, then on the 7th day he will not be clean. Everyone touching a corpse, the soul of whatever man may die, and who will not purify himself, has defiled Jehovah's tabernacle, and that soul must be cut off from Israel. Because the water for cleansing has not been sprinkled upon him, he continues unclean. His uncleanness is still upon him. This is the law in case a man should die in a tent. Everyone coming into the tent, and everyone who is in the tent, will be unclean 7 days. And every opened vessel upon which there is no lid tied down is unclean. And everyone who on the open field may touch someone slain with the sword, or a corpse, or a bone of a man, or a burial place, will be unclean 7 days. And they must take for the unclean one some of the dust of the burning of the sin offering, and put running water upon it in a vessel. Then a clean man must take hyssop, and dip it into the water, and spatter it upon the tent, and all the vessels and the souls that happen to be there, and upon the one who touched the bone, or the slain one, or the corpse, or the burial place. And the clean person must spatter it upon the unclean one on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and must purify him from sin on the 7th day. And he must wash his garments and bathe in water, and he must be clean in the evening. But the man who may be unclean, and who will not purify himself, well, that soul must be cut off from the midst of the congregation, because it is Jehovah's sanctuary that he has defiled. The water for cleansing was not sprinkled upon him. He is unclean. And it must serve as a statute to time indefinite for them, that the one spattering the water for cleansing should wash his garments, also the one touching the water for cleansing. He will be unclean until the evening. And anything the unclean one may touch will be unclean, and the soul who touches it will be unclean until the evening. Chapter 20. And the sons of Israel, the entire assembly, proceeded to come into the wilderness of Zin in the 1st month, and the people took up dwelling in Kadesh. It was there that Miriam died, and there that she was buried. Now there proved to be no water for the assembly, and they began to congregate themselves against Moses and Aaron. And the people went quarreling with Moses, and saying, "If only we had expired when our brothers expired before Jehovah. And why have you men brought Jehovah's congregation into this wilderness for us and our beasts of burden to die there? And why have you conducted us up out of Egypt to bring us into this evil place? It is no place of seed and figs and vines and pomegranates, and there is no water to drink." Then Moses and Aaron came from before the congregation to the entrance of the tent of meeting, and fell upon their faces. And Jehovah's glory began to appear to them. Then Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, "Take the rod, and call the assembly together, you and Aaron your brother, and you must speak to the crag before their eyes, that it may indeed give its water. And you must bring out water for them from the crag, and give the assembly and their beasts of burden drink." So Moses took the rod from before Jehovah, just as he had commanded him. After that Moses and Aaron called the congregation together before the crag, and he proceeded to say to them, "Hear now, you rebels! Is it from this crag that we shall bring out water for you?" With that Moses lifted his hand up and struck the crag with his rod twice, and much water began to come out, and the assembly and their beasts of burden began to drink. Later Jehovah said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you did not show faith in me to sanctify me before the eyes of the sons of Israel, therefore you will not bring this congregation into the land that I shall certainly give them. These are the waters of Meribah, because the sons of Israel quarreled with Jehovah, so that he was sanctified among them." Subsequently Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. "This is what your brother Israel has said. You yourself well know all the hardship that has overtaken us. And our fathers proceeded to go down to Egypt, and we continued to dwell in Egypt many days, and the Egyptians began doing harm to us and our fathers. Finally we cried out to Jehovah, and he heard our voice, and sent an angel, and brought us out of Egypt. And here we are in Kadesh, a city at the extremity of your territory. Let us pass, please, through your land. We shall not pass through a field or a vineyard, and we shall not drink the water of a well. On the king's road we shall march, We shall not bend toward the right or the left until we shall pass through your territory." However, Edom said to him, "You must not pass through me, for fear I may come out with the sword to meet you." In turn the sons of Israel said to him, "By the highway we shall go up, and if I and my livestock should drink your water, I shall also certainly give the value of it. I want nothing more than to pass through on my feet." Still he said, "You must not pass through." With that Edom came on out to encounter him, with a great many people and a strong hand. So Edom refused to grant Israel to pass through his territory. Hence Israel turned away from him. And the sons of Israel, the entire assembly, proceeded to pull away from Kadesh and come to Mount Hor. Then Jehovah said this to Moses and Aaron in Mount Hor, by the border of the land of Edom: "Aaron will be gathered to his people, for he will not enter into the land that I shall certainly give to the sons of Israel, on the ground that you men rebelled against my order respecting the waters of Meribah. Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up into Mount Hor, and strip Aaron of his garments, and you must clothe with them Eleazar his son, and Aaron will be gathered and must die there." So Moses did just as Jehovah had commanded, and before the eyes of all the assembly they went climbing Mount Hor. Then Moses stripped Aaron of his garments, and clothed Eleazar his son with them, after which Aaron died there on the top of the mountain. And Moses and Eleazar came on down from the mountain. And all the assembly got to see that Aaron had expired, and all the house of Israel continued weeping for Aaron 30 days. Chapter 21. Now the Canaanite, the king of Arad, who dwelt in the Negeb, got to hear that Israel had come by the way of Atharim, and he began to fight with Israel and carry away some of them as captives. Consequently Israel made a vow to Jehovah and said, "If you will without fail give this people into my hand, I shall also certainly devote their cities to destruction." So Jehovah listened to Israel's voice and gave the Canaanites over, and they devoted them and their cities to destruction. Hence they call the name of the place Hormah. While they continued trekking from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea to go around the land of Edom, the soul of the people began tiring out because of the way. And the people kept speaking against God and Moses. "Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread and no water, and our soul has come to abhor the contemptible bread." So Jehovah sent poisonous serpents among the people, and they kept biting the people, so that many people of Israel died. Finally the people came to Moses and said, "We have sinned, because we have spoken against Jehovah and against you. Intercede with Jehovah, that he may remove the serpents from upon us." And Moses went interceding in behalf of the people. Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Make for yourself a fiery snake, and place it upon a signal pole. And it must occur that when anyone has been bitten, he then has to look at it, and so must keep alive." Moses at once made a serpent of copper, and placed it upon the signal pole. And it did occur that if a serpent had bitten a man, and he gazed at the copper serpent, he then kept alive. After that the sons of Israel pulled away and encamped in Oboth. Then they pulled away from Oboth and encamped in Abarim, in the wilderness that is toward the front of Moab, toward the rising of the sun. From there they pulled away and took up camping by the torrent valley of Zered. From there they pulled away and went camping in the region of the Arnon, which is in the wilderness that extends from the border of the Amorites, for the Arnon is the boundary of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. That is why it is said in the book of the wars of Jehovah, Vaheb in Suphah, and the torrent valleys of Arnon, and the mouth of the torrent valleys, which has bent itself toward the seat of Ar, and has leaned against the border of Moab. Next from there on to Beer. This is the well about which Jehovah said to Moses, Gather the people, and let me give them water. At that time Israel proceeded to sing this song. Spring up, O well, respond to it, you people. A well, princes dug it, the nobles of the people excavated it, with a commander's staff, with their own staffs. Then from the wilderness on to Mattanah, and from Mattanah on to Nahaliel, and from Nahaliel on to Bamoth, and from Bamoth on to the valley that is in the field of Moab, at the head of Pisgah, and it projects over toward the face of Jeshimon. Israel now sent messengers to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, saying, Let me pass through your land. We shall not turn off into a field or a vineyard. We shall drink water of no well. On the king's road we shall march, until we pass through your territory. And Sihon did not allow Israel to pass through his territory. But Sihon gathered all his people, and went out to meet Israel in the wilderness, and came to Jahaz, and began fighting with Israel. At that Israel struck him with the edge of the sword, and took possession of his land from the Arnon to the Jabbok, near the sons of Ammon, because Jazer is the border of the sons of Ammon. So Israel took all these cities, and Israel began dwelling in all the cities of the Amorites, in Heshbon and all its dependent towns. For Heshbon was the city of Sihon. He was the king of the Amorites, and it was he who fought with the king of Moab formerly, and went taking all his land out of his hand as far as the Arnon. That is why the sayers of mock verses would say, Come to Heshbon. Let the city of Sihon be built and be proved firmly set up. For a fire has come out of Heshbon, a flame from the town of Sihon. It has consumed Ar of Moab, the owners of the high places of the Arnon. Woe to you, Moab! You will certainly perish, O people of Chemosh. He will certainly give his sons as escaped ones, and his daughters in the captivity to the king of the Amorites, Sihon. So let us shoot at them. Heshbon will certainly perish up to Dibon, and the women up to Nophah, the men up to Medeba. And Israel began to dwell in the land of the Amorites. Then Moses sent some to spy on Jazer. So they captured its dependent towns and dispossessed the Amorites who were there. After that they turned and went up by the way of Bashan. At this Og, the king of Bashan, came out to meet them, he and all his people, to the battle of Edrei. Jehovah now said to Moses, Do not be afraid of him, for into your hand I shall certainly give him, and all his people and his land. And you must do to him just as you did to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who used to dwell in Heshbon. So they went striking him and his sons and all his people, until there was no survivor remaining to him, and they went taking possession of his land. Chapter 22. Then the sons of Israel pulled away and encamped on the desert plains of Moab, across the Jordan from Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, got to see all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab became very frightened at the people, because they were many, and Moab began to feel a sickening dread of the sons of Israel. And Moab proceeded to say to the older men of Midian, Now this congregation will lick up all our surroundings like the bull licking up the green growth of the field. And Balak, the son of Zippor, was king of Moab at that particular time. He now sent messengers to Balaam, the son of Beor, at Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the sons of his people, to call him, saying, Look, a people has come out of Egypt. Look, they have covered the earth as far as one can see, and they are dwelling right in front of me. And now do come, please, do curse this people for me, for they are mightier than I am. Perhaps I may be able to strike them, and I may drive them out of the land. For I well know that the one whom you bless is a blessed one, and the one whom you curse is cursed. So the older men of Moab and the older men of Midian traveled with the payments for divination in their hands, and went to Balaam and spoke to him Balak's words. At that he said to them, Lodge here tonight, and I shall certainly return you word, just as Jehovah may speak to me. Accordingly the princes of Moab stayed with Balaam. Then God came to Balaam and said, Who are these men with you? So Balaam said to the true God, Balak, the son of Zippor, the king of Moab, has sent to me, saying, Look, the people who are coming out of Egypt, and they go covering the earth as far as the eye can see. Now do come, do execrate them for me. Perhaps I may be able to fight against them, and I shall actually drive them out. But God said to Balaam, You must not go with them. You must not curse the people, for they are blessed. After that Balaam got up in the morning and said to the princes of Balak, Go to your country, because Jehovah has refused to let me go with you. So the princes of Moab got up and came to Balak and said, Balaam has refused to come with us. However, Balak sent again other princes in greater number and more honorable than the former. In turn they came to Balaam and said to him, This is what Balak, the son of Zippor, has said. Do not be detained, please, from coming to me, for I shall without fail honor you greatly, and everything you may say to me I shall do. So do come, please. Do execrate this people for me. But Balaam answered and said to the servants of Balak, If Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I should not be able to pass beyond the order of Jehovah my God, so as to do something small or great. And now you men also stay here, please, tonight, that I may know what further Jehovah will speak with me. Then God came to Balaam by night and said to him, If it is to call you that the men have come, get up, go with them. But only the word that I shall speak to you is what you may speak. After that Balaam got up in the morning and saddled his she-ass and went with the princes of Moab. And the anger of God began to blaze because he was going. And Jehovah's angel proceeded to station himself in the road to resist him. And he was riding upon his she-ass, and 2 attendants of his were with him. And the ass got to see Jehovah's angel stationed in the road with his drawn sword in his hand. And the ass tried to turn aside from the road, that she might go into the field. But Balaam began to strike the ass in order to turn her aside to the road. And Jehovah's angel kept standing in the narrow way between the vineyards, with a stone wall on this side and a stone wall on that side. And the she-ass kept seeing Jehovah's angel, and began to squeeze herself against the wall, and so to squeeze Balaam's foot against the wall. And he went beating her some more. Jehovah's angel now passed by again, and stood in a narrow place, where there was no way to turn aside to the right or the left. When the ass got to see Jehovah's angel, she now lay down under Balaam. so that Balaam's anger blazed, and he kept beating the ass with his staff. Finally Jehovah opened the mouth of the ass, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done to you so that you have beaten me these 3 times?" At this Balaam said to the ass, "It is because you have dealt ruthlessly with me. If only there were a sword in my hand, for now I should have killed you." Then the she-ass said to Balaam, "Am I not your she-ass that you have ridden upon all your life long until this day? Have I ever been used to do to you this way?" To which he said, "No." And Jehovah proceeded to uncover Balaam's eyes, so that he saw Jehovah's angel stationed in the road with his drawn sword in his hand. At once he bowed low and prostrated himself on his face. Then Jehovah's angel said to him, "Why have you beaten your she-ass these 3 times? Look, I have come out to offer resistance, because your way has been headlong against my will. And the she-ass got to see me and tried to turn aside before me these 3 times. Supposing she had not turned aside from before me, for by now even you I should have killed, but her I should have preserved alive." At this Balaam said to Jehovah's angel, "I have sinned, because I did not know that it was you stationed in the road to meet me. And now, if it is bad in your eyes, let me go my way back." But Jehovah's angel said to Balaam, "Go with the men, and nothing but the word that I shall speak to you is what you may speak." And Balaam continued going with the princes of Balak. When Balak got to hear that Balaam had come, he at once went out to meet him at the city of Moab, which is on the bank of the Arnon, which is on the extremity of the territory. Then Balak said to Balaam, "Have I not for a fact sent to you to call you? Why did you not come to me? Am I not really and truly able to honor you?" At this Balaam said to Balak, "Here I have come to you now. Shall I be able at all to speak something? The word that God will place in my mouth is what I shall speak." So Balaam went with Balak, and they came to Kiriath-Huzoth. And Balak proceeded to sacrifice cattle and sheep, and to send some to Balaam and the princes who were with him. And it came about in the morning that Balak went taking Balaam, and bringing him up to Bamoth Baal, that he might see from there the whole of the people. Chapter 23. Then Balaam said to Balak, "Build for me on this spot 7 altars, and make ready for me on this spot 7 bulls and 7 rams." Balak immediately did just as Balaam had spoken. After that Balak and Balaam offered up a bull and a ram on each altar. And Balaam went on to say to Balak, "Station yourself by your burnt offering, and let me go. Perhaps Jehovah will get in touch and meet with me. In that case, whatever he will show me, I shall certainly tell you." So he went to a bare hill. When God got in touch with Balaam, he then said to him, "I set the 7 altars in rows, and I proceeded to offer up a bull and a ram on each altar." Accordingly, Jehovah put a word in the mouth of Balaam and said, "Return to Balak, and this is what you will speak." So he returned to him, and look, he and all the princes of Moab were stationed by his burnt offering. Then he took up his proverbial utterance and said, "From Aram, Balak the king of Moab tried to conduct me from the mountains of the east. Do come, do curse Jacob for me. Yes, do come, do denounce Israel. How could I execrate those whom God has not execrated? And how could I denounce those whom Jehovah has not denounced? For from the top of the rocks I see them, and from the hills I behold them. There as a people they keep tabernacling isolated, and among the nations they do not reckon themselves. Who has numbered the dust particles of Jacob, and who has counted the fourth part of Israel? Let my soul die the death of the upright ones, and let my end turn out afterward like theirs. At this Balak said to Balaam, What have you done to me? It was in order to execrate my enemies that I took you, and here you have blessed them to the limit. In turn he answered and said, Is it not whatever Jehovah may put in my mouth that I should take care to speak? Then Balak said to him, Do come, please, with me to another place from which you can see them. Only the extremity of them you will see, and you will not see all of them, and execrate them for me from there. So he took him to the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah, and proceeded to build 7 altars, and to offer up a bull and a ram on each altar. After that he said to Balak, Station yourself here by your burnt offering, and as for me, let me get in touch with him there. Subsequently, Jehovah got in touch with Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, Return to Balak, and this is what you will speak. So he came to him, and look, he was stationed by his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. Then Balak said to him, What has Jehovah spoken? At this he took up his proverbial utterance and said, Get up, Balak, and listen. Do give ear to me, O son of Zippor. God is not a man that he should tell lies, neither a son of mankind that he should feel regret. Has he himself said it, and will he not do it? And has he spoken, and will he not carry it out? Look, I have been taken to bless, and he has blessed, and I shall not reverse it. He has not looked upon any uncanny power against Jacob, and no trouble has he seen against Israel. Jehovah his God is with him, and the loud hailing of a king is in his midst. God is bringing them out of Egypt. The swift course like that of a wild bull is his. For there is no unlucky spell against Jacob, nor any divination against Israel. At this time it may be said respecting Jacob and Israel, What has God worked out? Behold, a people will get up like a lion, and like the lion it will lift itself up. It will not lie down until it may eat prey, and the blood of slain ones it will drink. At this Balak said to Balaam, If, on the one hand, you cannot execrate him at all, then, on the other hand, you should not bless him at all. In turn Balaam answered and said to Balak, Did I not speak to you, saying, All that Jehovah will speak is what I shall do? Then Balak said to Balaam, Oh, come, please, let me take you to still another place. Perhaps it will be right in the eyes of the true God, so that you will certainly execrate him for me from there. With that Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, which looks toward Jeshimon. Then Balaam said to Balak, Build for me on this spot 7 altars, and make ready for me on this spot 7 bulls and 7 rams. So Balak did just as Balaam had said, and he went offering up a bull and a ram on each altar. Chapter 24. When Balaam got to see that it was good in the eyes of Jehovah to bless Israel, he did not go away as at the other times to come upon any unlucky omens, but he directed his face to the wilderness. When Balaam raised his eyes and saw Israel tabernacling by his tribes, then the Spirit of God came to be upon him. Hence he took up his proverbial utterance, and said, The utterance of Balaam, the son of Beor, and the utterance of the able-bodied man with the eye unsealed, the utterance of the one hearing the sayings of God, who got to see a vision of the Almighty while falling down with the eyes uncovered. How good-looking are your tents, O Jacob, your tabernacles, O Israel! Like torrent valleys they have extended a long way, like gardens by the river, like aloe plants that Jehovah has planted, like cedars by the waters. Water keeps trickling from his 2 leather buckets, and his seed is by many waters. His king also will be higher than Agag, and his kingdom will be lifted up. God is bringing him out of Egypt. The swift course of a wild bull is his. He will consume the nations, his oppressors, and their bones he will gnaw, and he will break them to pieces with his arrows. He bowed down, he lay down like the lion, and like a lion, who dares rouse him? Those blessing you are the ones blessed, and those cursing you are the ones cursed. At that Balak's anger blazed against Balaam, and he clapped his hands, and Balak went on to say to Balaam, "It was to execrate my enemies that I called you, and look, you have blessed them to the limit these 3 times. And now run your way off to your place. I had said to myself I was without fail going to honor you, but look, Jehovah has held you back from honor." In turn Balaam said to Balak, "Was it not also to your messengers whom you sent to me that I spoke, saying, If Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I should not be able to pass beyond the order of Jehovah, so as to do something good or bad out of my own heart. Whatever Jehovah may speak is what I shall speak. And now here I am going away to my people. Do come, let me advise you what this people will do to your people afterward in the end of the days." So he took up his proverbial utterance and said, "The utterance of Balaam the son of Beor, and the utterance of the man with the eye unsealed, the utterance of the one hearing the sayings of God, and the one knowing the knowledge of the Most High, a vision of the Almighty he got to see, while falling down with the eyes uncovered. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not near. A star will certainly step forth out of Jacob, and a scepter will indeed rise out of Israel. And he will certainly break apart the temples of Moab's head, and the cranium of all the sons of tumult of war. And Edom must become a possession, yes, Seir must become the possession of his enemies, while Israel is displaying his courage. And out of Jacob one will go subduing, and he must destroy any survivor from the city." When he got to see Amalek, he carried further his proverbial utterance and went on to say, "Amalek was the first one of the nations, but his end afterward will be even his perishing." When he got to see the Kenites, he carried further his proverbial utterance and went on to say, "Durable is your dwelling, and set on the crag is your abode. But there will come to be one to burn Cain down. How long will it be till Assyria will carry you away captive?" And he carried further his proverbial utterance and went on to say, "Woe! Who will survive when God causes it? And there will be ships from the coast of Kittim, and they will certainly afflict Assyria, and they will indeed afflict Eber. But he too will eventually perish." After that Balaam got up and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his own way. Chapter 25. Now Israel was dwelling in Shittim. Then the people started to have immoral relations with the daughters of Moab. And the women came calling the people to the sacrifices of their gods, and the people began to eat and to bow down to their gods. So Israel attached itself to the Baal of Peor, and the anger of Jehovah began to blaze against Israel. Hence Jehovah said to Moses, "Take all the head ones of the people and expose them to Jehovah toward the sun, that the burning anger of Jehovah may turn back from Israel." Then Moses said to the judges of Israel, "Each one of you kill his men who have an attachment with the Baal of Peor." But look, a man of the sons of Israel came, and he was bringing near to his brothers a Midianite woman before Moses' eyes, and before the eyes of all the assembly of the sons of Israel, while they were weeping at the entrance of the tent of meeting. When Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, caught sight of it, he at once got up from the midst of the assembly and took a lance in his hand. Then he went after the man of Israel into the vaulted tent, and pierced both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her genital parts. At that the scourge was halted from upon the sons of Israel. And those who died from the scourge amounted to 24,000. Then Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, "Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has turned back my wrath from upon the sons of Israel by his tolerating no rivalry at all toward me in the midst of them, so that I have not exterminated the sons of Israel in my insistence on exclusive devotion. For that reason say, here I am giving him my covenant of peace, and it must serve as the covenant of a priesthood to time indefinite for him and his offspring after him, due to the fact that he tolerated no rivalry toward his God, and proceeded to make atonement for the sons of Israel." Incidentally, the name of the fatally struck Israelite man who was fatally struck with the Midianites was Zimri, the son of Salu, a chieftain of a paternal house of the Simeonites. And the name of the Midianite woman fatally struck was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur. He was the head one of the clans of a paternal house in Midian. Later Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, "Let there be a harassing of the Midianites, and you men must strike them, because they are harassing you with their deeds of cunning that they committed against you cunningly in the affair of Peor, and in the affair of Cosbi, the daughter of a chieftain of Midian, their sister who was fatally struck in the day of the scourge over the affair of Peor." Chapter 26. And it came about after the scourge that Jehovah went on to say this to Moses and Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, "Take the sum of the whole assembly of the sons of Israel from 20 years of age and upward, according to the house of their fathers, all those going out to the army in Israel." And Moses and Eleazar the priest proceeded to speak with them in the desert plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, "Take the sum of them from the age of 20 years and upward, just as Jehovah had commanded Moses." Now the sons of Israel who went out of the land of Egypt were Reuben, Israel's firstborn, Reuben's sons, of Hanok, the family of the Hanokites, of Palu, the family of the Paluites, of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Carmi, the family of the Carmites. These were the families of the Reubenites, and their registered ones amounted to 43,730. And the son of Palu was Eliab, and the sons of Eliab, Nemuel, and Dathan, and Abiram. This Dathan and Abiram were summoned ones of the assembly, who engaged in a struggle against Moses and Aaron in the assembly of Korah, when they engaged in a struggle against Jehovah. Then the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up. As for Korah, he died at the death of the assembly when the fire consumed 250 men. And they came to be a symbol. However, the sons of Korah did not die. The sons of Simeon by their families, of Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelites, Of Jamin, the family of the Jaminites. Of Jachin, the family of the Jachinites. Of Zerah, the family of the Zerahites. Of Shaul, the family of the Shaulites. These were the families of the Simeonites, 22,200. The sons of Gad by their families, of Zephon, the family of the Zephonites, of Haggai, the family of the Haggites, of Shunai, the family of the Shunites, of Ozni, the family of the Oznites, of Eri, the family of the Erites, of Arad, the family of the Aradites, of Areli, the family of the Arelites. These were the families of the sons of Gad, of their registered ones, 40,500. The sons of Judah were and Onan. However, and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Judah came to be by their families, of Shelah, the family of the Shalanites, of Perez, the family of the Perizzites, of Zerah, the family of the Zerahites. And the sons of Perez came to be, of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Hamul, the family of the Hamulites. These were the families of Judah, of their registered ones, 76,500. The sons of Issachar by their families were, of Tola, the family of the Tolaites, of Puvah, the family of the Punites, of Jashub, the family of the Jashubites, of Shimron, the family of the Shimronites. These were the families of Issachar, of their registered ones, 64,300. The sons of Zebulun by their families were, of Sered, the family of the Seredites, of Elon, the family of the Elonites, of Jaleel, the family of the Jaleelites. These were the families of the Zebulunites, of their registered ones, 60,500. The sons of Joseph by their families were Manasseh and Ephraim. The sons of Manasseh were, of Machir, the family of the Machirites. And Machir became father to Gilead. Of Gilead, the family of the Gileadites. These were the sons of Gilead. Of Iezer, the family of the Iezerites. Of Helek, the family of the Helekites. Of Azriel, the family of the Azrielites. Of Shechem, the family of the Shechemites. Of Shemida, the family of the Shemidaites. Of Hepher, the family of the Hepherites. Now Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, proved to have no sons, but daughters. And the names of the daughters of Zelophehad were Mahlah and Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These were the families of Manasseh, and their registered ones were 52,700. These were the sons of Ephraim by their families, of Shuthelah, the family of the Shuthelahites, of Becher, the family of the Becherites, of Tahan, the family of the Tahanites. And these were the sons of Shuthelah, of Eran, the family of the Eranites. These were the families of the sons of Ephraim, of their registered ones, 32,500. These were the sons of Joseph by their families. The sons of Benjamin by their families were, of Bela, the family of the Belaites, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelites, of Ahiram, the family of the Ahiramites, of Shephupham, the family of the Shuphamites, of Hupham, the family of the Huphamites. The sons of Bela came to be Ard and Naaman. Of Ard, the family of the Ardites, of Naaman, the family of the Naamites. These were the sons of Benjamin by their families, and their registered ones were 45,600. These were the sons of Dan by their families, of Shuam, the family of the Shuamites. These were the families of Dan by their families. All the families of the Shuamites, of their registered ones, were 64,400. The sons of Asher by their families were, of Imnah, the family of the Imnites; of Ishvi, the family of the Ishvites; of Beriah, the family of the Beriites; of the sons of Beriah, of Heber, the family of the Heberites; of Malchiel, the family of the Malchielites. And the name of Asher's daughter was Serah. These were the families of the sons of Asher, of their registered ones, 53,400. The sons of Naphtali by their families were, of Jaziel, the family of the Jazielites; of Guni, the family of the Gunites; of Jezer, the family of the Jezerites; of Shillem, the family of the Shillemites. These were the families of Naphtali by their families, and their registered ones were 45,400. These were the registered ones of the sons of Israel, 601,730. After that Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, To these the land should be apportioned for an inheritance by the number of the names. According to the great number you should increase one's inheritance, and according to the fewness you should reduce one's inheritance. Each one's inheritance should be given in proportion to his registered ones. Only by the lot should the land be apportioned. According to the names of the tribes of their fathers they should get an inheritance. By the determination of the lot one's inheritance should be apportioned between the many and the few. Now these were the registered ones of the Levites by their families. Of Gershon, the family of the Gershonites; of Kohath, the family of the Kohathites; of Merari, the family of the Merarites. These were the families of the Levites: the family of the Libnites, the family of the Hebronites, the family of the Maulites, the family of the Mushites, the family of the Korahites. And Kohath became father to Amram, and the name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, Levi's daughter, whom his wife bore to Levi in Egypt. In time she bore to Amram Aaron and Moses and Miriam their sister. Then there were born to Aaron Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abihu died for their presenting illegitimate fire before Jehovah. And their registered ones amounted to 23,000, all males from a month old and upward. For they did not get registered in among the sons of Israel, because no inheritance was to be given to them in among the sons of Israel. These were the ones registered by Moses and Eleazar the priest when they registered the sons of Israel in the desert plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. But among these there did not prove to be a man of those registered by Moses and Aaron the priest when they registered the sons of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. For Jehovah had said concerning them, They will die without fail in the wilderness. So there was not left of them a man except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun. Chapter 27. Then the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, came near. And these were the names of his daughters: Mahlah, Noah, and Hoglah, and Milcah, and Tirzah. And they proceeded to stand before Moses, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the chieftains and all the assembly at the entrance of the tent of meeting, saying, Our father has died in the wilderness, and yet he did not prove to be in among the assembly, that is, those who ranged themselves against Jehovah in the assembly of Korah. But for his own sin he has died, and he did not get to have any sons. Why should the name of our father be taken away from the midst of his family, because he had no son? Oh, give us a possession in the midst of our father's brothers." At that Moses presented their case before Jehovah. Jehovah then said this to Moses, "The daughters of Zelophehad are speaking right. By all means you should give them the possession of an inheritance in the midst of their father's brothers, and you must cause their father's inheritance to pass to them. And to the sons of Israel you should speak, saying, In case any man should die without his having a son, you must then cause his inheritance to pass to his daughter. And if he has no daughter, you must then give his inheritance to his brothers. And if he has no brothers, you must then give his inheritance to his father's brothers. And if his father has no brothers, you must then give his inheritance to his blood relation who is closest to him of his family, and he must take possession of it. And it must serve as a statute by judicial decision for the sons of Israel, just as Jehovah has commanded Moses." Subsequently Jehovah said to Moses, "Go up into this mountain of Abarim, and see the land that I shall certainly give the sons of Israel. When you have seen it, then you must be gathered to your people, yes, you, just as Aaron your brother was gathered, inasmuch as you men rebelled against my order in the wilderness of Zin, at the quarreling of the assembly, in relation to sanctifying me by the waters before their eyes. These are the waters of Meribah, at Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin." Then Moses spoke to Jehovah, saying, "Let Jehovah, the God of the spirits of all sorts of flesh, appoint over the assembly a man who will go out before them, and who will come in before them, and who will bring them out, and who will bring them in, that Jehovah's assembly may not become like sheep that have no shepherd." So Jehovah said to Moses, "Take for yourself Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom there is spirit, and you must lay your hand upon him. And you must stand him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the assembly, and you must commission him before their eyes. And you must put some of your dignity upon him, in order that all the assembly of the sons of Israel may listen to him. And it is before Eleazar the priest that he will stand, and he must inquire on his behalf by the judgment of the Urim before Jehovah. At his order they will go out, and at his order they will come in, he and all the sons of Israel with them, and all the assembly." And Moses proceeded to do just as Jehovah had commanded him. Accordingly he took Joshua and stood him before Eleazar the priest and before all the assembly, and laid his hands upon him and commissioned him, just as Jehovah had spoken by means of Moses. Chapter 28. And Jehovah spoke further to Moses, saying, "Command the sons of Israel, and you must say to them, You should take care to present to me my offering, my bread, for my offering is made by fire as a restful odor to me at their appointed times. And you must say to them, This is the offering made by fire that you will present to Jehovah, 2 sound year-old male lambs a day as a burnt offering constantly. The one male lamb you will render up in the morning, and the other male lamb you will render up between the 2 evenings, together with the 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a grain offering moistened with 1/4 of a hin of beaten oil, the constant burnt offering, which was rendered up at Mount Sinai as a restful odor, an offering made by fire to Jehovah, along with its drink offering, the 1/4 of a hin to each male lamb. Pour out in the holy place the drink offering of intoxicating liquor to Jehovah. And you will render up the other male lamb between the 2 evenings, with the same grain offering as of the morning, and with its same drink offering, you will render it up as an offering made by fire, of a restful odor to Jehovah. However, on the Sabbath day, there will be 2 sound year-old male lambs, and 2/10 measures of fine flour as a grain offering moistened with oil, together with its drink offering, as a Sabbath burnt offering on its Sabbath, along with the constant burnt offering and its drink offering. And at the commencements of your months, you people will present as a burnt offering to Jehovah 2 young bulls and 1 ram, 7 sound male lambs, each a year old, and 3/10 measures of fine flour as a grain offering moistened with oil for each bull, and 2/10 measures of fine flour as a grain offering moistened with oil for the 1 ram, and 1/10 measure of fine flour respectively as a grain offering moistened with oil for each male lamb, as a burnt offering, a restful odor, an offering made by fire to Jehovah. And as their drink offerings, there should go 1/2 a hin of wine for a bull, and 1/3 of a hin for the ram, and 1/4 of a hin for a male lamb. This is the monthly burnt offering in its month for the months of the year. Also, 1 kid of the goat should be rendered up as a sin offering to Jehovah, in addition to the constant burnt offering together with its drink offering. And in the 1st month, on the 14th day of the month, will be Jehovah's Passover. And on the 15th day of this month will be a festival. 7 days unfermented cakes will be eaten. On the 1st day there will be a holy convention. No sort of laborious work must you do. And you must present as an offering made by fire a burnt offering to Jehovah, 2 young bulls and 1 ram, and 7 male lambs, each a year old. They should prove to be sound ones for you. And as their grain offerings of fine flour moistened with oil, you will render up 3/10 measures for a bull, and 2/10 measures for the ram. You will render up 1/10 measure respectively for each male lamb of the 7 male lambs, and 1 goat of sin offering to make atonement for you. Aside from the morning burnt offering, which is for the constant burnt offering, you will render these up. The same as these you will render up daily for the 7 days as bread, an offering made by fire, of a restful odor to Jehovah. Along with the constant burnt offering it should be rendered, and its drink offering. And on the 7th day you should hold a holy convention. No sort of laborious work must you do. And on the day of the 1st ripe fruits, when you present a new grain offering to Jehovah, in your Feast of Weeks you should hold a holy convention. No sort of laborious work must you do. And you must present as a burnt offering for a restful odor to Jehovah 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 male lambs, each a year old. And as their grain offering of fine flour moistened with oil, 3/10 measures for each bull, 2/10 measures for the 1 ram, 1/10 measure respectively for each male lamb of the 7 male lambs, 1 kid of the goats to make atonement for you. Aside from the constant burnt offering and its grain offering, you will render them up. They should prove to be sound ones for you, together with their drink offerings. Chapter 29. And in the 7th month, on the 1st of the month, you should hold a holy convention. No sort of laborious work must you do. It should prove to be a day of the trumpet blast for you. And you must render up as a burnt offering for a restful odor to Jehovah 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs, each a year old, sound ones. And their grain offering of fine flour moistened with oil, 3/10 measures for the bull, 2/10 measures for the ram, and 1/10 measure for each male lamb of the 7 male lambs. and 1 male kid of the goats as a sin offering to make atonement for you, aside from the monthly burnt offering and its grain offering, and the constant burnt offering and its grain offering, together with their drink offerings, according to the regular procedure for them as a restful odor, an offering made by fire to Jehovah. And on the 10th of this 7th month you should hold a holy convention, and you must afflict your souls. No sort of work must you do. And you must present as a burnt offering to Jehovah, as a restful odor, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs, each a year old. They should prove to be sound ones for you. And as their grain offering of fine flour moistened with oil, 3/10 measures for the bull, 2/10 measures for the 1 ram, a 10th measure respectively for each male lamb of the 7 male lambs, 1 kid of the goats as a sin offering, aside from the sin offering of atonement and the constant burnt offering and its grain offering, together with their drink offerings. And on the 15th day of the 7th month you should hold a holy convention. No sort of laborious work must you do, and you must celebrate a festival to Jehovah 7 days. And you must present as a burnt offering an offering made by fire of a restful odor to Jehovah, 13 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, each a year old. They should prove to be sound ones. And as their grain offering of fine flour moistened with oil, 3/10 measures for each bull of the 13 bulls, 2/10 measures for each ram of the 2 rams, and a 10th measure for each male lamb of the 14 male lambs, and 1 kid of the goats as a sin offering, aside from the constant burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. And on the 2nd day 12 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, each a year old, sound ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, the rams, and the male lambs by their number according to the regular procedure, and 1 kid of the goats as a sin offering, aside from the constant burnt offering and its grain offering, together with their drink offerings. And on the 3rd day 11 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, each a year old, sound ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, the rams, and the male lambs by their number according to the regular procedure, and 1 goat as a sin offering, aside from the constant burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. And on the 4th day 10 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, each a year old, sound ones, their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, the rams, and the male lambs by their number according to the regular procedure, and 1 kid of the goats as a sin offering, aside from the constant burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. And on the 5th day 9 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, each a year old, sound ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, the rams, and the male lambs by their number according to the regular procedure, and 1 goat as a sin offering, aside from the constant burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. And on the 6th day 8 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, each a year old, sound ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, the rams, and the male lambs by their number according to the regular procedure, and 1 goat as a sin offering, aside from the constant burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offerings. And on the 7th day 7 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, each a year old, sound ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, the rams, and the male lambs by their number according to the regular procedure for them, and 1 goat as a sin offering, aside from the constant burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. And on the 8th day you should hold a solemn assembly. No sort of laborious work must you do. And you must present as a burnt offering an offering made by fire of a restful odor to Jehovah, 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs, each a year old, sound ones, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bull, the ram, and the male lambs by their number according to the regular procedure, and 1 goat as a sin offering, aside from the constant burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. These you will render up to Jehovah at your seasonal festivals, besides your vow offerings and your voluntary offerings, as your burnt offerings and your grain offerings and your drink offerings and your communion sacrifices. And Moses proceeded to talk to the sons of Israel according to everything that Jehovah had commanded Moses. Chapter 30. Then Moses spoke to the heads of the tribes of the sons of Israel, saying, This is the word that Jehovah has commanded. In case a man makes a vow to Jehovah, or swears an oath to bind a vow of abstinence upon his soul, he must not violate his word. According to all that has gone out of his mouth he should do. And in case a woman makes a vow to Jehovah, or she does bind herself with a vow of abstinence in the house of her father in her youth, and her father actually hears her vow, or her abstinence vow that she has bound upon her soul, and her father does keep silent toward her, all her vows must also stand, and every abstinence vow that she has bound upon her soul will stand. But if her father has forbidden her on the day of his hearing all her vows, or her abstinence vows that she has bound upon her soul, it will not stand, but Jehovah will forgive her, because her father forbade her. However, if she at all happens to belong to a husband, and her vow is upon her, or the thoughtless promise of her lips that she has bound upon her soul, and her husband actually hears it, and keeps silent toward her on the day of his hearing it, her vows must also stand, or her abstinence vows that she has bound upon her soul will stand. But if her husband on the day of hearing it forbids her, he has also annulled her vow that was upon her, or the thoughtless promise of her lips that she bound upon her soul, and Jehovah will forgive her. In the case of the vow of a widow or a divorced woman, everything that she has bound upon her soul will stand against her. However, if it is in the house of her husband that she has vowed, or has bound an abstinence vow upon her soul by an oath, and her husband has heard it, and has kept silent toward her, he has not forbidden her, and all her vows must stand, or any abstinence vow that she has bound upon her soul will stand. But if her husband has totally annulled them on the day of his hearing any expression of her lips as her vows, or as an abstinence vow of her soul, they will not stand. Her husband has annulled them, and Jehovah will forgive her. Any vow or any oath of an abstinence vow to afflict the soul, her husband should establish it, or her husband should annul it. But if her husband absolutely keeps silent toward her from day to day, he has also established all her vows, or all her abstinence vows that are upon her. He has established them because he kept silent toward her on the day of his hearing them. And if he totally annuls them after his hearing them, he also actually bears her error. These are the regulations that Jehovah commanded Moses as between a husband and his wife, as between a father and his daughter in her youth in the house of her father. Chapter 31. Jehovah then spoke to Moses, saying, Take vengeance for the sons of Israel upon the Midianites. Afterward you will be gathered to your people. So Moses spoke to the people, saying, Equip men from among you for the army, that they may serve against Midian, to execute Jehovah's vengeance upon Midian. 1,000 of each tribe of all the tribes of Israel you will send into the army. Accordingly, from the thousands of Israel, 1,000 were assigned of a tribe, 12,000 equipped for the army. Then Moses sent them out, 1,000 of each tribe, to the army, them and Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest to the army, and the holy utensils and the trumpets for blowing calls were in his hand. And they went waging war against Midian, just as Jehovah had commanded Moses, and they proceeded to kill every male. And they killed the kings of Midian, along with the others slain, namely Evi, and Rechem, and Zur, and Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. And they killed Balaam, the son of Beor, with the sword. But the sons of Israel carried off the women of Midian and their little ones captive, and all their domestic animals, and all their livestock, and all their means of maintenance they plundered. And all their cities in which they had settled, and all their walled camps they burned with fire. And they went taking all the spoil and all the booty in the way of humans and domestic animals. And they came bringing to Moses and Eleazar the priest and to the assembly of the sons of Israel the captives and the booty and the spoil to the camp, to the desert plains of Moab, which are by the Jordan at Jericho. Then Moses and Eleazar the priest and all the chieftains of the assembly went out to meet them outside the camp. And Moses grew indignant at the appointed men of the combat forces, the chiefs of the thousands and the chiefs of the hundreds, who were coming in from the military expedition. So Moses said to them, "Have you preserved alive every female? Look, they are the ones who, by Balaam's word, served to induce the sons of Israel to commit unfaithfulness toward Jehovah over the affair of Peor, so that the scourge came upon the assembly of Jehovah. And now kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has had intercourse with man by lying with a male. And preserve alive for yourselves all the little ones among the women who have not known the act of lying with a male. As for you yourselves, camp outside the camp 7 days. Every one who has killed a soul, and every one who has touched someone slain, you should purify yourselves on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, you and your captives. And every garment, and every article of skin, and everything made of goat's hair, and every article of wood you should purify for yourselves from sin." Eleazar the priest then said to the men of the army who had gone into the battle, "This is the statute of the law that Jehovah commanded Moses. Only the gold and the silver, the copper, the iron, the tin, and the lead, everything that is processed with fire, you should pass through the fire, and it must be clean. Only it should be purified by the water for cleansing, and everything that is not processed with fire you should pass through the water. And you must wash your garments on the 7th day and be clean, and afterward you may come into the camp." And Jehovah proceeded to say this to Moses, "Take the sum of the booty, the captives both of humankind and of domestic animals, you and Eleazar the priest and the heads of the fathers of the assembly. And you must divide the booty in 2 between those taking part in the battle who went out on the expedition, and all the rest of the assembly. And as a tax for Jehovah, you must take away from the men of war who went out on the expedition 1 soul out of 500, of humankind and of the herd, and of the asses and of the flock. From their half you should take it, and you must give it to Eleazar the priest as Jehovah's contribution. And from the half of the sons of Israel you should take 1 out of 50, of humankind, of the herd, of the asses, and of the flock, of every sort of domestic animal, and you must give them to the Levites, the keepers of the obligation of Jehovah's tabernacle. And Moses and Eleazar the priest went doing just as Jehovah had commanded Moses. And the booty, the rest of the plunder that the people of the expedition had taken as plunder, amounted to 675,000 of the flock, and 72,000 of the herd, and 61,000 asses. As for human souls from the women who had not known the act of lying with a male, all the souls were 32,000. And the half that was the share of those who went out on the expedition amounted in number to 337,500 of the flock. And the tax for Jehovah from the flock amounted to 675. And of the herd there were 36,000, and the tax on them for Jehovah was 72. And the asses were 30,500, and the tax on them for Jehovah was 61. And the human souls were 16,000, and the tax on them for Jehovah was 32 souls. Then Moses gave the tax as Jehovah's contribution to Eleazar the priest, just as Jehovah had commanded Moses. And from the half belonging to the sons of Israel, which Moses divided from that belonging to the men who waged war, now the half of the assembly from the flock amounted to 337,500, and of the herd 36,000, and the asses 30,500, and human souls 16,000. Then Moses took from the half belonging to the sons of Israel the one to be taken out of 50, of humankind and of domestic animals, and gave them to the Levites, the keepers of the obligation of Jehovah's tabernacle, just as Jehovah had commanded Moses. And the appointed men who were of the thousands of the army, the chiefs of the thousands and the chiefs of the hundreds, proceeded to approach Moses and to say to Moses, "Your servants have taken the sum of the men of war who are in our charge, and not one has been reported missing from us. So let us present each one what he has found as Jehovah's offering, articles of gold, ankle chainlets and bracelets, signet rings, earrings, and female ornaments, in order to make atonement for our souls before Jehovah." Accordingly, Moses and Eleazar the priest accepted the gold from them, all the jewelry, and all the gold of the contribution that they contributed to Jehovah amounted to 16,750 shekels from the chiefs of the thousands and the chiefs of the hundreds. The men of the army had taken plunder, each for himself. So Moses and Eleazar the priest accepted the gold from the chiefs of the thousands and of the hundreds, and brought it into the tent of meeting as a memorial for the sons of Israel before Jehovah. Chapter 32. Now the sons of Reuben and the sons of Gad had come to have numerous livestock, very many in fact. And they began to see the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead, and look, the place was a place for livestock. Hence the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben came and said this to Moses and Eleazar the priest, and to the chieftains of the assembly: Ataroth and Dibon and Jazer and Nimrah and Heshbon and Elealeh and Sebam and Nebo and Beon, the land that Jehovah defeated before the assembly of Israel, is a land for livestock, and your servants have livestock. And they went on to say, "If we have found favor in your eyes, let this land be given to your servants as a possession. Do not make us cross the Jordan." Then Moses said to the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben, "Are your brothers to go to war while you yourselves keep dwelling here? And why should you dishearten the sons of Israel from crossing into the land that Jehovah will certainly give them? That is the way your fathers did when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. When they went up to the torrent valley of Eshcol and saw the land, then they disheartened the sons of Israel, so as not to go into the land that Jehovah was certain to give them. Consequently, Jehovah's anger blazed on that day, so that he swore, saying, The men who came up out of Egypt from 20 years old upward will not see the soil of which I have sworn to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because they have not followed me wholly, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, and Joshua the son of Nun, because they have followed Jehovah wholly. So Jehovah's anger blazed against Israel, and he made them wander about in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that was doing evil in the eyes of Jehovah came to their end. And here you have risen in the place of your fathers as the brood of sinful men, in order to add further to the burning anger of Jehovah against Israel. In case you should turn back from following him, he also would certainly once again let them stay longer in the wilderness, and you would have acted ruinously toward all this people. Later they approached him and said, Let us build here stone flock pens for our livestock, and cities for our little ones. But we ourselves shall go equipped in battle formation before the sons of Israel, until whenever we have brought them to their place, while our little ones must dwell in the cities with fortifications away from the face of the inhabitants of the land. We shall not return to our houses until the sons of Israel have provided themselves with landed property, each with his own inheritance. For we shall not get an inheritance with them from the side of the Jordan and beyond, because our inheritance has come to us from the side of the Jordan toward the sunrising. At this Moses said to them, If you will do this thing, if you will equip yourselves before Jehovah for the war, and every equipped one of yours will actually pass over the Jordan before Jehovah, until he drives away his enemies from before him, and the land is actually subdued before Jehovah, and afterward you return, you also will indeed prove yourselves free from guilt against Jehovah and against Israel, and this land must become yours as a possession before Jehovah. But if you will not do this way, you will also certainly sin against Jehovah. In that case, know that your sin will catch up with you. Build for yourselves cities for your little ones, and stone pens for your flocks, and what has gone forth from your mouth you should do. Then the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben said this to Moses, Your servants will do just as my Lord is commanding. Our little ones, our wives, our livestock, and all our domestic animals will stay there in the cities of Gilead. But your servants will pass over, every one equipped for the army, before Jehovah for the war, just as my Lord is speaking. Accordingly Moses gave a command respecting them to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the heads of the fathers of the tribes of the sons of Israel. So Moses said to them, If the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben pass with you over the Jordan, every one equipped for the war, before Jehovah, and the land is actually subdued before you, you must then give them the land of Gilead as a possession. But if they do not pass over equipped with you, they must then be settled in your midst in the land of Canaan. To this the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben answered, saying, What Jehovah has spoken to your servants is the way we shall do. We ourselves will pass over equipped before Jehovah to the land of Canaan, and the possession of our inheritance will be with us on this side of the Jordan. At this Moses gave to them, that is, to the sons of Gad, and to the sons of Reuben, and to half the tribe of Manasseh the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, the king of Bashan, the land belonging to its cities and the territories, and the cities of the land round about. And the sons of Gad proceeded to build Dibon, and Ataroth, and Aroer, and Atroth-Shophan, and Jazer, and Jogbehah, and Beth-Nimrah, and Beth-Haran, cities with fortifications and stone flock pens. And the sons of Reuben built Heshbon, and Elealeh, and Kiriathaim, and Nebo, and Baal-meon, their names being changed, and Sibmah, and they began to call by their own names the names of the cities that they built. And the sons of Machir, the son of Manasseh, proceeded to march to Gilead, and to capture it, and to drive away the Amorites who were in it. So Moses gave Gilead to Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he took up dwelling in it. And Jair, the son of Manasseh, marched and went capturing their 10 villages, and he began to call them Havoth-Jair. And Nobah marched and went capturing Kenath and its dependent towns, and he began to call it Nobah by his own name. Chapter 33. These were the stages of the sons of Israel who went out of the land of Egypt in their armies by the hand of Moses and Aaron. And Moses kept recording the departure places by their stages at the order of Jehovah. And these were their stages from one departure place to another. And they proceeded to pull away from Ramesses in the 1st month, on the 15th day of the 1st month. Directly the day after the Passover, the sons of Israel went out with uplifted hand before the eyes of all the Egyptians. All the while the Egyptians were burying those whom Jehovah had struck among them, that is, all the firstborn, and upon their gods Jehovah had executed judgments. So the sons of Israel pulled away from Ramesses and went camping in Succoth. Then they pulled away from Succoth and went camping in Etham, which is on the edge of the wilderness. Next they pulled away from Etham and turned back toward Pi-hahiroth, which is in view of Baal-zephon, and they went camping before Migdol. After that they pulled away from Pi-hahiroth and went passing through the midst of the sea to the wilderness, and kept marching a 3-day journey in the wilderness of Etham, and took up camping at Marah. Then they pulled away from Marah and came to Elam. Now in Elam there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees. So they camped there. Next they pulled away from Elam and went camping by the Red Sea. After that they pulled away from the Red Sea and took up camping in the wilderness of Sin. Then they pulled away from the wilderness of Sin and went camping at Dophkah. Later they pulled away from Dophkah and went camping at Alush. They next pulled away from Alush and went camping in Rephidim. And there proved to be no water there for the people to drink. After that they pulled away from Rephidim and went camping in the wilderness of Sinai. Subsequently they pulled away from the wilderness of Sinai and went camping at Kibroth-hattaavah. Then they pulled away from Kibroth-hattaavah and went camping in Hazeroth. After that they pulled away from Hazeroth and went camping in Rithmah. Next they pulled away from Rithmah and took up camping in Rimmon-Perez. Then they pulled away from Rimmon-Perez and went camping in Libnah. Later they pulled away from Libnah and went camping in Rizah. Next they pulled away from Rizah and went camping in Keelatha. Then they pulled away from Keelatha and went camping in Mount Shephar. After that they pulled away from Mount Shephar and went camping in Harada. Then they pulled away from Harada and went camping in Machelath. Next they pulled away from Machelath and went camping in Taath. After that they pulled away from Taath and went camping in Terah. Then they pulled away from Terah and went camping in Mithkah. Later they pulled away from Mithkah and went camping in Hashmonah. Next they pulled away from Hashmonah and went camping in Mosereth. Then they pulled away from Mosereth and went camping in Bene-Jaakan. After that they pulled away from Bene-Jaakan and went camping in Hor-Haggidgad. Next they pulled away from Hor-Haggidgad and went camping in Jotbathah. Later they pulled away from Jotbathah and went camping in Abronah. Then they pulled away from Abrona and went camping in Ezion-Geber. After that they pulled away from Ezion-Geber and went camping in the wilderness of Zin, that is to say, Kadesh. Later they pulled away from Kadesh and went camping in Mount Hor, on the frontier of the land of Edom. And Aaron the priest proceeded to go up into Mount Hor at the order of Jehovah, and to die there in the 40th year of the going out of the sons of Israel from the land of Egypt, in the 5th month, on the 1st of the month. And Aaron was 123 years old at his death on Mount Hor. Now the Canaanite, the king of Arad, as he was dwelling in the Negeb in the land of Canaan, got to hear about the coming of the sons of Israel. In time they pulled away from Mount Hor and went camping in Zalmonah. After that they pulled away from Zalmonah and went camping in Punon. Next they pulled away from Punon and went camping in Oboth. Then they pulled away from Oboth and went camping in Iye-Abarim, on the border of Moab. Later they pulled away from Ayim and went camping in Dibon-Gad. After that they pulled away from Dibon-Gad and went camping in Almon-Diblathaim. Then they pulled away from Almon-Diblathaim and went camping in the mountains of Abarim, before Nebo. Finally they pulled away from the mountains of Abarim and took up camping on the desert plains of Moab, by the Jordan at Jericho. And they continued camping by the Jordan from Beth-Jeshemoth to Abel-Shittim on the desert plains of Moab. And Jehovah proceeded to speak to Moses on the desert plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, and you must say to them, You are crossing the Jordan into the land of Canaan, and you must drive away all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their stone figures, and all their images of molten metal you should destroy, and all their sacred high places you should annihilate. And you must take possession of the land and dwell in it, because to you I shall certainly give the land to take possession of it. And you must apportion the land to yourselves as a possession by lot according to your families. To the populous one you should increase his inheritance, and to the sparse one you should reduce his inheritance. To where the lot will come out for him, there it will become his. By the tribes of your fathers you should provide yourselves with landed property. If, though, you will not drive the inhabitants of the land away from before you, then those whom you leave of them will certainly become as pricks in your eyes, and as thorns in your sides, and they will indeed harass you on the land in which you will be dwelling. And it must occur that just as I had figured doing to them, I shall do to you. Chapter 34. And Jehovah spoke further to Moses, saying, Command the sons of Israel, and you must say to them, You are going into the land of Canaan. This is the land that will fall to you by inheritance, the land of Canaan according to its boundaries. And your south side must prove to be from the wilderness of Zin alongside Edom, and your south boundary must prove to be from the extremity of the Salt Sea on the east. And your boundary must change direction from the south of the ascent of Akrabim, and cross over to Zin, and its termination must prove to be on the south of Kadesh Barnea, and it must go out to Hazar Adar and pass over to Asmon. And the boundary must change direction at Asmon to the torrent valley of Egypt, and its termination must prove to be at the sea. As for a west boundary, it must prove to be for you the great sea and the shoreland. This will become your west boundary. Now this will become your north boundary. From the great sea you will mark out to Mount Hor as a boundary for yourselves. From Mount Hor you will mark out the boundary to the entering in of Hamath, and the termination of the boundary must prove to be at Zedad. And the boundary must go out to Ziphron, and its termination must prove to be Hazar-Enan. This will become your north boundary. Then you must mark for yourselves as your boundary on the east from Hazar-Enan to Shepham. And the boundary must go down from Shepham to Riblah on the east of Ain. And the border must go down and strike upon the eastern slope of the sea of Kinnereth. And the border must go down to the Jordan, and its termination must prove to be the Salt Sea. This will become your land according to its boundaries all around. So Moses commanded the sons of Israel, saying, This is the land that you will apportion to yourselves as a possession by lot, just as Jehovah has commanded to give to the 9½ tribes. For the tribe of the sons of the Reubenites by the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the sons of the Gadites by the house of their fathers have already taken, and the half-tribe of Manasseh have already taken their inheritance. The 2½ tribes have already taken their inheritance from the region of the Jordan by Jericho, eastward toward the sunrising. And Jehovah spoke further to Moses, saying, These are the names of the men who will divide the land to you people for a possession, Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun. And you will take one chieftain out of each tribe to divide the land for a possession. And these are the names of the men. Of the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh. And of the tribe of the sons of Simeon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud. Of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Kislon. And of the tribe of the sons of Dan a chieftain, Buckai the son of Joglai. Of the sons of Joseph, of the tribe of the sons of Manasseh a chieftain, Haniel the son of Ephod. And of the tribe of the sons of Ephraim a chieftain, Kemuel the son of Shiftan. And of the tribe of the sons of Zebulun a chieftain, Elizaphan the son of Parnak. And of the tribe of the sons of Issachar a chieftain, Paltiel the son of Azan. And of the tribe of the sons of Asher a chieftain, Ahiad the son of Shilomai. And of the tribe of the sons of Naphtali a chieftain, Pedahel the son of Ammihud. These are the ones whom Jehovah commanded to make the sons of Israel landholders in the land of Canaan. Chapter 35. And Jehovah went on to speak to Moses on the desert plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, Give the sons of Israel the command that they must give the Levites cities to inhabit out of the inheritance of their possession, and they should give the Levites the pasture ground of the cities all around them. And the cities must serve for them to inhabit, while their pasture grounds will serve for their domestic animals and their goods, and for all their wild beasts. And the pasture grounds of the cities, which you will give the Levites, will be from the wall of the city and out for 1,000 cubits all around. And you must measure outside the city on the east side 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits, with the city in the middle. This will serve them as pasture grounds of the cities. These are the cities that you will give to the Levites, 6 cities of refuge, which you will give for the manslayer to flee there, and besides them you will give 42 other cities. All the cities that you will give to the Levites will be 48 cities, they together with their pasture grounds. The cities that you will give will be from the possession of the sons of Israel. From the many you will take many, and from the few you will take few. Each one, in proportion to his inheritance that he will take as a possession, will give some of his cities to the Levites. And Jehovah continued to speak to Moses, saying, "Speak to the sons of Israel, and you must say to them, You are crossing the Jordan to the land of Canaan, and you must choose cities convenient for yourselves. As cities of refuge they will serve for you, and the manslayer must flee there who fatally strikes a soul unintentionally. And the cities must serve you as a refuge from the blood avenger, that the manslayer may not die until he stands before the assembly for judgment. And the cities that you will give, the 6 cities of refuge, will be at your service. 3 cities you will give on this side of the Jordan, and 3 cities you will give in the land of Canaan. As cities of refuge they will serve. For the sons of Israel, and for the alien resident, and for the settler in the midst of them, these 6 cities will serve as a refuge, for anyone to flee there that fatally strikes a soul unintentionally. Now if it was with an instrument of iron that he has struck him so that he dies, he is a murderer. Without fail the murderer should be put to death. And if it was with a small stone by which he could die that he has struck him so that he dies, he is a murderer. Without fail the murderer should be put to death. And if it was with a small instrument of wood by which he could die that he has struck him so that he dies, he is a murderer. Without fail the murderer should be put to death. The avenger of blood is the one who will put the murderer to death. When he chances upon him, he himself will put him to death. And if in hatred he was pushing him, or he has thrown at him while lying in wait that he might die, or in enmity he has struck him with his hand that he might die, without fail the striker should be put to death. He is a murderer. The avenger of blood will put the murderer to death when he chances upon him. But if it was unexpectedly without enmity that he has pushed him, or has thrown any article toward him without lying in wait, or any stone by which he could die without seeing him, or he should cause it to fall upon him, so that he died, while he was not at enmity with him and was not seeking his injury, the assembly must then judge between the striker and the avenger of blood according to these judgments. And the assembly must deliver the manslayer out of the hand of the avenger of blood, and the assembly must return him to his city of refuge to which he had fled, and he must dwell in it until the death of the high priest who was anointed with the holy oil. But if the manslayer without fail goes out of the boundary of his city of refuge to which he may flee, and the avenger of blood does find him outside the boundary of his city of refuge, and the avenger of blood does slay the manslayer, he has no blood guilt. For he ought to dwell in his city of refuge until the high priest's death, and after the high priest's death the manslayer may return to the land of his possession. And these must serve as a statute of judgment for you throughout your generations in all your dwelling places. Every fatal striker of a soul should be slain as a murderer at the mouth of witnesses, and one witness may not testify against a soul for him to die. And you must take no ransom for the soul of a murderer who is deserving to die, for without fail he should be put to death. And you must not take a ransom for one who has fled to his city of refuge, to resume dwelling in the land before the death of the high priest. And you must not pollute the land in which you are, because it is blood that pollutes the land, and for the land there may be no atonement respecting the blood that has been spilled upon it, except by the blood of the one spilling it. And you must not defile the land in which you are dwelling, in the midst of which I am residing, for I, Jehovah, am residing in the midst of the sons of Israel. Chapter 36. And the heads of the fathers of the family of the sons of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Joseph, proceeded to come near and speak before Moses and the chieftains, the heads of the fathers of the sons of Israel, and say, Jehovah commanded my Lord to give the land an inheritance by lot to the sons of Israel. And my Lord was commanded by Jehovah to give the inheritance of Zelophehad our brother to his daughters. If any of the sons of the other tribes of the sons of Israel happen to get them as wives, the women's inheritance must also be withdrawn from the inheritance of our fathers, and must be added to the inheritance of the tribe to which they may come to belong, so that it would be withdrawn from the lot of our inheritance. Now if the Jubilee takes place for the sons of Israel, the women's inheritance must also be added to the inheritance of the tribe to which they may come to belong, so that their inheritance would be withdrawn from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. Then Moses commanded the sons of Israel at the order of Jehovah, saying, The tribe of the sons of Joseph is speaking right. This is the word that Jehovah has commanded for the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, To whom it is good in their eyes, they may become wives. Only it is to the family of the tribe of their fathers that they should become wives. And no inheritance of the sons of Israel should circulate from tribe to tribe, because the sons of Israel should cleave each one to the inheritance of the tribe of his forefathers. And every daughter getting possession of an inheritance out of the tribes of the sons of Israel, to one of the family of the tribe of her father she should become a wife, in order that the sons of Israel may get possession each one of the inheritance of his forefathers. And no inheritance should circulate from one tribe to another tribe, because the tribes of the sons of Israel should cleave each to its own inheritance. Just as Jehovah had commanded Moses, that is the way the daughters of Zelophehad did. Accordingly, Mahlah, Tirzah, and Hoglah, and Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, became the wives of the sons of their father's brothers. To some of the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, they became wives, that their inheritance might continue together with the tribe of the family of their father. These are the commandments and the judicial decisions that Jehovah commanded by means of Moses to the sons of Israel on the desert plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho.